The divine ability attained after mastering the last 3 layers of sword technique is called sword shadow splitting technique. The prerequisite for cultivation is to possess a flying sword-type magic treasure, though a flying knife would suffice as well. Once mastered, this divine ability can create an illusionary sword shadow, identical to the flying sword, to confuse the enemy's vision and attack alongside the main body. Although the power of the sword shadow is initially only 1/10 of the main body's, as the layers of the technique increase, so does its power, reaching 1/3 of the main body's power by the 9th layer. Moreover, during cultivation, multiple sword shadows can be created starting from the 7th layer, with 1 additional shadow for each subsequent layer. Thus, when the Qingyuan sword technique is perfected, there can be up to 3 sword shadows, each resembling the flying sword but possessing only 1/3 of its power. At first glance, this sword shadow splitting technique seems quite decent and worth cultivating. However, Han Li already knew that among the numerous Foundation establishment cultivators in the Huangfeng Valley, none had truly delved deep into it, indicating some hidden pitfalls. Thus, he regretted not investigating the reasons thoroughly earlier and had casually overlooked it, assuming that no one would cultivate this Qingyuan sword technique. Now, although he knew there were problems with this technique, he still had to reluctantly cultivate it, hoping it wouldn't lead to any unforeseen consequences like demonic possession. However, he also considered that although others hadn't deeply cultivated it, they still had 2 or 3 layers mastered. Thus, it seemed not too problematic to cultivate it slightly. With this self-comforting thought in mind, Han Li reluctantly followed the method of the Qingyuan sword technique, absorbing the medicinal power about to erupt within his body. After just 1 cycle of this technique, Han Li felt a booming sensation, the feeling of his mana skyrocketing from absorbing the medicinal power, almost making him want to shout out in ecstasy. Immersed in this wonderful feeling, Han Li couldn't help but cycle the technique repeatedly, gradually losing himself in a trance. He didn't know how long he had been meditating, but when he finally absorbed the last trace of medicinal power within his body, he woke up from the blissful experience. Upon awakening, Han Li felt a bit dazed for a moment, but then he got up without saying a word. Then, squinting and tilting his head, he suddenly raised his arm and made a gesture in front of him. Instantly, a foot-long greenish sword light shot out from his fingertips, chilling and sharp. Seeing this cold light, Han Li didn't feel happy but instead smiled bitterly. Then he swung his arms suddenly, and the green light suddenly soared, extending to over 10 feet long, almost piercing into the opposite stone wall. Oh no, I didn't expect the residual medicinal power to be so strong, instantly refining it into the 4th layer of the technique. I wonder if there will be any major consequences, Han Li muttered with an uncertain expression on his face. Regardless, I'll just refrain from cultivating this sword technique in the future. Han Li muttered to himself, then let go of his arm, and the green sword light disappeared. However, with curiosity aroused, Han Li still picked up the book King Yuan's sword technique and flipped through the section on the protective sword shield technique, memorizing it several times. Then, after some contemplation, Han Li closed his eyes, and with a sudden opening, a peculiar shield appeared on his body. This shield was entirely green and about the size of an ordinary defensive shield, but its surface was not smooth like usual. Instead, it exhibited a thorn-like appearance, giving off a faintly ominous aura. Is this the sword shield? Han Li observed the thorny shield on his body carefully, somewhat surprised. The technique says this shield can release sword energy on its own to counterattack the enemy. Unfortunately, I can't test it now, Han Li thought regretfully. Then Han Li moved his hands and feet, thoroughly inspecting the true yuan within his body, finding nothing wrong, and only then did he pack up his belongings and leave the fire room. Then, he coincidentally met the ugly man. Remembering the surprised expression of the ugly man when he saw him, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. At this time, the sky was just brightening, and Han Li returned to the Beiyao garden without encountering anyone. Initially, he had used the excuse of finding a place to close up and cultivate, so naturally, the medicine garden was handed back to the old man. This made the old man very unhappy, and he glared at Han Li for a while, puffing his beard. When Han Li entered the garden, the old man was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in front of the thatched cottage. Although he hadn't opened his eyes, he accurately called out Han Li's name. It was no wonder that besides the old man, only Han Li could freely enter and leave the Beiyao garden. However, the moment the old man called out Han Li's name, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes abruptly, looking at Han Li incredulously. You actually succeeded in foundation establishment. Senior martial uncle, this disciple did indeed luckily enter the foundation establishment stage. Han Li bowed respectfully and smiled lightly. Although the old man was astonished for a moment, he gradually returned to normal, but he still muttered, "It's too unbelievable. You actually entered the foundation establishment stage." After murmuring a few words in his mouth, he suddenly became serious, saying, "Now that junior marshal nephew has successfully established the foundation, let's not mention the term senior marshal uncle anymore. From now on, let's address each other as marshal brothers. I am a bit older, so if junior marshal nephew doesn't mind, just call me marshal brother Ma." Han Li nodded with a smile upon hearing this, not objecting. Such distinctions based on cultivation level were customary in the cultivation world, and there was no need to be modest. Next, the old man, now Han Li's martial brother, entered the house together with Han Li. Then, they sat down separately at a table and poured themselves some good tea. Shortly after sitting down, the old man couldn't wait to ask Han Li about his experience in establishing the foundation. Han Li naturally wouldn't tell the truth, but he didn't hide the matter of establishing the foundation in the fire room, honestly revealing it to the old man, because a little investigation would easily reveal the truth. He just said that he rented a Yue Lu Palace fire room and then closed up for nearly a year after taking the Foundation establishment pill rewarded by the sect, and thus luckily succeeded. The old man listened attentively to what Han Li said, clicking his tongue in amazement. After hearing the alternative version of the story from Han Li, the old man blinked and said to him, "Junior Marshal nephew, according to what you said, your process of establishing the foundation isn't much different from others. With such aptitude, you were still able to establish the foundation successfully. I can only say that Junior Marshal nephew is incredibly lucky to have even a 1% chance to succeed." Because the old man and Han Li had been familiar with each other for many years, he spoke straightforwardly without hiding his envy, and even showed a jealous expression on his face. I can only say that I am lucky. Even I didn't expect to enter the foundation establishment stage so easily." Han Li chuckled and said sincerely, "However, Junior Marshal nephew, now that you have established the foundation, you should go and inform the sect master so that senior sect brother Zhang can register your name. In this way, your treatment in the sect will be handled as that of a high-level disciple, and you can receive quite a few spirit stones every year." The old man joked, "It's nothing. In any case, we have been getting along for so many years. I should remind you of things that you need to pay attention to. The greatest benefit the sect gives after establishing the foundation is allowing foundation establishment stage disciples to independently cultivate in any part of the Teiyu mountain range and establish their own cave mansions. And also, next, the old man explained in detail many things that should be paid attention to after entering the foundation establishment stage, causing Han Li to nod repeatedly. But when the old man finished explaining these things and chatted with Han Li for a few more words, Han Li couldn't help but ask about the Qingyuan sword technique. The Qingyuan sword technique. The old man's face flashed with surprise. But after taking a deep look at Han Li, he didn't inquire further, just thought for a moment and said, "I have indeed heard some things about the Qingyuan sword technique, and I have cultivated up to the 3rd layer. This sword technique is not the original technique of our Huangfeng Valley, but rather the top technique of a sect called the Xuanjian sect that was destroyed many years ago. And it was originally not 9 layers, but 13. It is said that when the sect master of the Xuanjian sect saw that the sect was about to be destroyed, he actually wanted to destroy the technique on the spot. But at that time, several of our sect's ancestors also made their moves promptly and forcibly took half of the technique from the other party's hands, while the remaining half was destroyed and lost. So the Qingyuan sword technique passed down by our sect is only a remnant. At most, it can be cultivated to the core formation stage, and there are no follow-up techniques. As for the complete technique, it is said to even include techniques for the nascent soul stage, but whether it's true or not is unknown." The old man shook his head and rambled on, then took a sip of the tea in front of him before continuing. When Senior Marshal Brother Ma said this, he paused for a moment, a look of regret appearing on his face, then continued. "But unfortunately, There is an unbearable defect in the deeper layers of this sword technique. Starting from the fourth layer, when using the Qingyuan sword technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there is a strange phenomenon of dissipating power every few days. The mana refined through this method in the past few days would inexplicably dissipate a portion on its own. It's truly puzzling. At the fourth layer of the technique, the speed of dissipation is not too frightening. Only 1/10 of the newly refined mana would dissipate. With a little effort, ordinary cultivators can replenish it. But if you advance to the fifth or sixth layer, the loss of mana becomes terrifying, increasing at a rate of 1/10 with each layer, causing the diligently refined mana to continue to dissipate. In other words, at the fifth layer, 1/5 of the newly refined mana would dissipate. At the sixth layer, it would be 1/3. In this way, who would dare to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique? Moreover, the highest level of the Qingyuan sword technique cultivated by disciples of our sect was only the sixth layer. Beyond the sixth layer, it requires cultivators at the foundation establishment stage to cultivate it. But when the technique reaches the sixth layer, nearly 1/3 of the mana is lost. These experts wouldn't dare to take such risks. If the Qingyuan sword technique continues to increase the loss of mana after the seventh layer, these experts would be too wronged. You should know that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, it's extremely difficult to advance in techniques. And the Qingyuan sword technique is already extremely difficult to cultivate. They would have to spend more than a decade, or even several decades, to take such risks and do such foolish things. Who would do that? Moreover, the Qingyuan sword technique is not complete, nor is it a divine technique from the immortal world. It doesn't have enough motivation for them to take such risks. However, the sword technique's sword shadow splitting technique is indeed very practical, so it would be a pity to give it up. Therefore, some people only cultivate the first 3 layers of the Qingyuan sword technique, completely treating it as an auxiliary technique. In this way, they don't have to fear the dissipation of mana and can still use the sword shadows technique. Of course, even if they only cultivate the sword shadows technique, these disciples still need to spend 4 or 5 years separately cultivating this sword technique. After listening to the old man's lengthy discourse, Han Li was dumbfounded. When he came to his senses, he felt a sense of unease. He had already cultivated to the 4th layer of the technique. According to this, if he wanted to continue cultivating the Qingyuan sword technique in the future, then 1/10 of the cultivated mana would inexplicably dissipate. And as the layers deepen, the loss of mana would increase. How could he continue cultivating like this? However, since everything had been made clear, he wouldn't be foolish enough to continue cultivating this sword technique. The cultivation of the Qingyuan sword technique would end here for him. Han Li had just made this decision when the old man's words below surprised him. Although the defect of this Qingyuan sword technique is so great, it still has its unique advantages. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the mainstay technique of a sect. The old man pursed his lips and said with a hint of emotion, "I've heard people say that although this technique is incredibly slow to cultivate, After each layer is completed, it can expand the meridians and deepen the danshin. It allows cultivators who have cultivated this technique to have slightly deeper mana compared to other cultivators of the same level. However, how much deeper exactly? It depends on the level of the cultivated technique. But according to the senior disciple, who was the only one to cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique to the 6th layer, when he had cultivated to the 6th layer and reached the late foundation establishment stage, he had nearly 1/3 more mana than other cultivators of the same level. These extra mana coincidentally matches the proportion of mana loss from cultivating the Qingyuan sword technique. Such a coincidence cannot be ignored, indicating that this technique truly has some mysteries. The old man seemed to have studied the Qingyuan sword technique quite extensively, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. In the end, he even seemed to be spitting and dancing. Hanley quickly changed the subject, barely allowing senior martial brother Ma to return to normal. For Hanley, no matter how miraculous the sword technique was, he wouldn't cultivate it. Because he knew his aptitude was not good to begin with. Deliberately cultivating such a slow and incomplete technique would only be foolish unless he didn't want to reach the foundation establishment stage and had a serious lapse in judgment. Even for normal techniques, Hanley estimated that if he could find some more elixir formulas, perhaps there would still be a slight possibility of reaching the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. After chatting with the old man for a while, Hanley took his leave. Now that he had established his foundation, he couldn't show the medicine garden to others anymore. So, he returned to the thatched cottage where he used to live, tidied up a bit, and then left. At this time, the sky was bright, and it was the perfect time for him to go to the Hall of Affairs. Hanley, who had just established his foundation, still felt excited. He was eager to get everything done so that he could immediately open his own cave mansion. Hanley had been looking forward to this for a long time. After all, having his own territory meant he could do anything openly and above board without having to sneak around. The more Hanley thought about it, the more excited he became. Unconsciously, he flew his magic tool to the Hall of Affairs. The two young disciples guarding the gate obviously didn't recognize Hanley. But with Hanley's foundation establishment stage identity, they naturally didn't dare to neglect him just because of his youth. So the two of them stepped forward simultaneously, immediately bowing and greeting. "Zelder, is there anything we can help you with?" "Zelder." Hanley couldn't help but find it amusing to hear this. If he had met these two before, he would have had to call them senior brothers. Now, with his foundation establishment stage identity, he had suddenly become their senior. It was a bit unusual for Hanley. However, seeing people of similar age respectfully greeting him made him feel quite good. "Is the sect master here? I have something to discuss with him," Hanley said grandly. When the two foundation establishment stage disciples heard this, they looked at each other, and then the one on the right replied. "The sect master went to the 100 Mechanisms Hall for business, but he should be back soon. Why don't Elder wait in the hall for a moment? Hanley frowned slightly, but quickly recovered and said indifferently, "All right. In that case, I'll wait here." "Okay, please follow me, Elder." The other person was also very clever, taking 2 steps back and leading Hanley inside. Following this person, Hanley passed through the hall and was led to a slightly larger hall. Not only was this room neatly arranged, but there were also some calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, giving off an elegant and scholarly atmosphere. "Elder, please rest here for a while. After the sect master returns, I will immediately inform him." After skillfully brewing a pot of fragrant tea for Hanley, the young man retreated. Hanley nodded as he watched the young man leave, but then shook his head. The reason he nodded first was that he felt very satisfied with the young man's demeanor and behavior, without any flaws. It seemed that he had undergone special training to achieve such outstanding performance. And he shook his head because he felt a bit sad for these low-level disciples. A cultivator who didn't focus on cultivating his techniques properly had to serve as gatekeepers and serve tea and water to others like ordinary mortals. It was truly a pity. Thinking back now, if he hadn't used a foundation establishment pill to bribe Elder Ye-Exing back then, his situation might not have been any better than this person's. He would still have to bow when he should bow and speak humbly when he should speak humbly. It might even be worse. While Hanley was tasting the fragrant tea in the room, lost in his thoughts, Sect Master Zhang soon returned. When he heard from the disciples guarding the gate that a young foundation establishment stage cultivator was looking for him, Sect Master Zhang couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Because from the description given by the disciples, he couldn't find anyone resembling that person among the hundreds of foundation establishment stage disciples. A person in his mid-20s, with slightly dark skin and an ordinary appearance, who could it be? Sect Master Zhang, with a hint of surprise and curiosity, hurriedly walked towards the hall where Hanley was. Upon entering the room, he saw a young man of medium build, wearing the robes of Huangfeng Valley, facing a painting on the wall with great interest. However, it seemed that the arrival of Sect Master Zhang had been heard by the other party. So, the person immediately turned around, bowed to him, and said respectfully, "Elder Marshal Brother. Junior Brother Hanley pays his respects to Elder Marshal Brother." Hanley. Upon hearing this name, Sect Master Zhang felt a bit familiar, as if he had heard it before. But after taking a closer look at the person in front of him, apart from feeling a bit familiar, he couldn't remember who this person was. This made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Han, Junior Brother Han, please take a seat. No need to be so polite. As the sect master, I have some matters to attend to and came a bit late. Please forgive me for any inconvenience caused." Sect Master Zhang, being an old fox who had seen many storms, casually said a few words to dispel the awkward atmosphere of not recognizing the other party. Hanley wasn't surprised that the sect master didn't recognize him. After all, when Hanley first met him 5 years ago, He was just a chi condensation disciple with poor aptitude. Naturally, the sect master wouldn't remember him, let alone leave any deep impression. If the sect master had recognized him at a glance, Han Li would have been truly shocked. Senior brother, a few days ago, I fortunately succeeded in building the foundation. So, I've come to inform the sect leader about this matter, hoping that you could grant me the right to establish a cave residence. Han Li didn't beat around the bush, directly stating his purpose. Just succeeded in building the foundation. Zhang Ling was initially taken aback, but then it dawned on him. Instances where disciples received foundation establishment pills, but didn't immediately consume them, waiting for what they deemed the right moment, were not uncommon. This sect leader took Han Li to be one of them. Congratulations on entering the foundation establishment stage, junior brother Han. Another senior disciple of our sect has increased, truly a joyous occasion. Zhang Ling chuckled, stroking his beard and smiling. I'm just fortunate, senior brother. This is also thanks to the foundation establishment pill bestowed by the sect. Han Li replied with a smile on his face. After hearing Han Li's courteous words, Zhang Ling smiled faintly, then carefully scrutinized Han Li once more. By now, he felt increasingly familiar with Han Li, definitely having seen him before but couldn't recall when or where. With this realization, Zhang Ling couldn't help but nod in contemplation, deeply pondering. Seeing this, Han Li found it amusing and didn't disturb him, simply lifting a teacup and leisurely savoring the tea. After a moment, a flash of insight struck Zhang Ling's mind, and he actually remembered the matter of the ascension token. The young man standing in the hall during the meeting and the composed junior disciple before him overlapped in his mind. Recalling Han Li's background, Zhang Ling couldn't help but raise his head abruptly, his face filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "It's you. You're the disciple who held the ascension token when entering the valley. You actually succeeded in building the foundation." Senior brother still remembers Han Li. I have to thank senior brother for the opportunity to join Yellow Maple Valley back then. Han Li didn't panic upon being recognized, but instead, with a light smile, expressed his gratitude to Zhang Ling. Upon hearing Han Li refer to him as senior brother, Zhang Ling realized that Han Li was no longer the casual outer disciple he once was, but had advanced to the foundation establishment stage like him. His surprise showed on his face, but he quickly regained his composure and said gently, "It's nothing. I just followed the rules a few years ago. But it's truly incredible that junior brother Han succeeded in building the foundation with a pseudo-spiritual root. Once this news spreads, junior brother will likely become famous in the cultivation world." Even though Zhang Ling appeared composed on the surface, his words revealed his astonishment. No wonder Zhang Ling was well aware of Han Li's situation from before. It was indeed difficult for him to accept that someone with a four-attribute pseudo-spiritual root could succeed in building the foundation. Seeing this, Han Li chuckled and jokingly said, I didn't expect that a foundation establishment pill would lead to actual success. I can only say it's my lucky day. It seems Han Li is blessed with good fortune. Han Li's remark genuinely amused Zhang Ling. However, junior brother Han, didn't you give the foundation establishment pill to senior disciple Yi's nephew? Where did you get the new foundation establishment pill from? Zhang Ling, after a few laughs, remembered this puzzling question and asked. He, senior brother, speaking of which, this foundation establishment pill was given to me by you. Hanley felt amused and said with a smile on his face. Me, Zhang Ling was puzzled this time. Why didn't he remember this? Senior brother may have forgotten. Among the survivors from the Forbidden Grounds, 3 people were rewarded with foundation establishment pills, and I was one of them. Han Li finally stopped smiling and said seriously, So you're Li Jr. uncle's named disciple. Zhang Ling's expression couldn't maintain its calmness anymore. He was moved. Yes, I am indeed Master Li Hueyuan's disciple, one of the disciples he took during the trip to the Forbidden Grounds. Han Li didn't deny it, readily admitting. I see. No wonder the name Han Li sounded so familiar. So, junior brother, you're the disciple who caused quite a stir in the valley 2 years ago. Zhang Ling's eyes showed more surprise, but his tone became gentler. Zhang Ling's meaning was clear. Since Han Li had successfully built the foundation, the matter of him becoming Master Li's formal disciple was almost certain. Naturally, he didn't want to antagonize Han Li. Moreover, he thought to himself, it seems that junior brother Han was extremely lucky to succeed in building the foundation. Otherwise, with his qualifications, success would have been extremely unlikely. Although Zhang Ling muttered to himself, his demeanor remained polite towards Han Li, exchanging a few more courteous words before allowing Han Li to wait a moment while he retrieved the register. Naturally, Han Li readily agreed and waited patiently for Zhang Ling's return. After a cup of tea's time, Zhang Ling finally returned holding a white jade token. Then, in Han Li's presence, he wrote Han Li's name at the bottom of the densely packed names on the token. Han Li was finally registered. Seeing this, Han Li felt pleased, knowing that now he could legitimately own a cave residence. Zhang Ling often handled such miscellaneous matters for newly established foundation establishment disciples. Seeing Han Li's smile, he naturally guessed some of what Han Li was thinking. So, after a slight smile, he took out 3 middle-grade spirit stones and 5 small flags covered in thin white mist from his storage pouch, handing them to Han Li. What are these? Han Li could understand being given middle-grade spirit stones, as they might be rewards for foundation establishment disciples within the sect. But what about the 5 small flags? They looked strange, emanating a peculiar aura. Before Han Li could ask, Zhang Ling flipped his hand and handed Han Li a jade slip, explaining, These spirit stones are one-time rewards for newly established foundation establishment disciples. Additionally, every year, you will receive another middle-grade spirit stone for free, without the need for any chores. As for these flags, they are essential for establishing a cave residence. Although the concealment formation they set up is just a simple small-scale formation, it's enough to resist the intrusion of ordinary people or beasts. Of course, if junior brother is proficient in formations, you won't need these flags. Furthermore, this jade slip contains formation techniques and operational methods. It also includes some things to note after building the foundation. After returning, junior brother can carefully examine it. These were indeed the things Hanli needed most at the moment, making him unable to contain his joy. After everything was done, Han Li and Zhang Ling chatted for a while longer before bidding farewell and leaving the hall. After leaving the stone hall, Han Li originally intended to fly out of Yellow Maple Valley immediately to personally search for a location to establish his cave residence. However, halfway through, after reviewing the jade slip given by Zhang Ling, Han Li immediately changed his mind, turning his magical tool and flying elsewhere. The Q. Ilin Pavilion was an impressive name, very grand. It was also one of the most important places in Yellow Maple Valley. Because it was the place in the valley dedicated to raising and taming spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts were actually demonic beasts. Once tamed by cultivators, they naturally became so-called spiritual beasts. The spiritual beasts in the Killen Pavilion were mostly just first-grade spiritual beasts. Even if there were a few second-grade demonic beasts, they were placed there by others and couldn't be easily controlled. However, even if they were only first-grade spiritual beasts, they provided many convenient services for the disciples in the valley. For example, providing transportation, guarding the gates, searching for spiritual herbs, assisting in battles, and so on. Han Li came specifically for a type of spiritual beast called the double pupil rat. This creature resembled an ordinary rat, but was born with extraordinary vision, making it the perfect scout for finding locations with dense spiritual energy. After some training, this double pupil rat would become the best scout for finding places with spiritual energy. It was very popular among the valley's disciples. Han Li wasn't visiting the Killen Pavilion for the first time. He had passed by several times before while on business. So, he wasn't completely unfamiliar with the place. When he descended from the sky and landed on the welcoming platform of the verdant hill belonging to the Killen Pavilion, a low-ranking female disciple immediately approached him, offering her greetings. "Esteemed senior, are you here to rent a spiritual beast?" After hearing this, the young disciple, who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, couldn't help but show a hopeful expression. Seeing this, Han Li smiled faintly and spoke. "Are there any double pupil rats available on the mountain right now? I'd like to rent one for 2 days." "We have them, of course. I'll go and fetch one for you, senior." The female disciple's face brightened upon hearing this and happily replied. After the female disciple went to fetch the spiritual beast, Han Li waited quietly at the welcoming platform, occasionally glancing around at the various formations. Except for the mountain peak where Han Li stood, The rest of the Ling Beast Mountain was divided into habitats for different spiritual beasts by colorful formations of various sizes. Each area sealed by formations was a place for nurturing a specific spiritual beast. Besides the rotating disciples from the Kilin Pavilion, others were not allowed to enter. This was to prevent outsiders from disturbing the spiritual beasts or being harmed by untamed ones. Thus, although the Ling Beast Mountain appeared quiet, it was home to nearly 1,000 different spiritual beasts, which was quite impressive. The female disciple didn't keep Han Li waiting long. After the time it took to have a meal, she emerged from a certain formation holding a fist-sized small beast and approached Han Li. This is the double pupil rat. Renting it requires 1 low-grade spirit stone per day. The female disciple gently stroked the small beast's fur and said respectfully to Han Li, "All right, here are 3 spirit stones. I'll take it for 3 days." Han Li replied calmly to the girl. After 3 days, Senior Uncle just needs to release the double pupil rat, and it will return to the Kilin Pavilion on its own. During this time, I hope Senior Uncle can treat this beast kindly. This bag contains its favorite earth pear fruits. Senior Uncle can feed it a few when he has time. The girl accepted the spirit stones, handed the spiritual beast to Han Li, and then took out a small white bag, saying to Han Li. Han Li nodded slightly and calmly accepted it. Then, under the girl's respectful gaze, he flew away on his flying tool. Han Li flew northwest in the sky. As Han Li flew, he couldn't help but glance at the obedient double pupil rat in his arms from time to time. At first glance, this yellow small beast looked like an ordinary rat. It had the same small size, yellow fur, and long tail as an ordinary rat. The only difference was the pair of eyes on its face, which were completely different from those of an ordinary rat. Despite this subtle difference, it made the beast extremely adorable, especially with the faint 5-colored lights flashing in its eyes. It looked even more mysterious and extraordinary. Even someone as indifferent as Han Li couldn't help but caress it a few times when he saw how cute the creature was, and he even entertained the thought of raising one himself. However, Han Li was also aware that despite its current docility, this small beast was actually a genuine first-grade, intermediate-level demonic beast. In addition to its magical pair of eyes, it also had steel teeth capable of chewing copper and iron, as well as claws that could pierce through metal and stone. It was not as harmless as it appeared. Thinking of this, Han Li played with the little beast's ears for a while. After seeing its interesting reaction, he couldn't help but chuckle, as if the childlike innocence buried deep in his heart had surged up again. With the small beast in his arms, Han Li flew continuously for a day before finally stopping at the outermost edge of the Taiyu Mountain range in the northwest. If he continued north for more than 100 miles, he would enter the territory of the Yuanwu Kingdom, where the Tianxing sect, a major sect of cultivation, was located. There was also a market established there, which was in a subtle confrontation with the market of the Yellow Maple Valley. 200 miles to the west was the border between Jianzhou and Uiguo, and it was also the junction of Zizhou and the smallest state of the two countries, Zizhou. This state was the only state among the 7 major sects without any resident disciples. This was because, apart from the yellow soil highlands, the state was covered in vast deserts, occupying more than 3/4 of the entire state of Zizhou. The total population of the state was only about 100,000, so there were no resources or manpower available. As a result, it didn't catch the attention of the 7 major sects. The reason Han Lei chose to establish his cave near here was twofold. Firstly, this area was located in a relatively desolate part of the Taiyu mountain range, bordered by the Yuanwu kingdom on one side and close to Zizhou on the other. It was rare for fellow disciples or other cultivators to pass by, so it wouldn't disturb his cultivation. Secondly, it was not far from the market of the Tianxing sect. If he wanted to sell some medicinal herbs or buy something, it would be easy to do business there without worrying about being recognized. With these two thoughts in mind, Han Li chose this location for his cave, even though the spiritual energy here was not the best. Unlike the dens of other Foundation establishment disciples, which were concentrated in the areas with the densest spiritual energy. After landing, Han Li tied a prepared thin rope around the neck of the double-pupil rat to prevent it from running too fast and getting lost. Then, he took out a yellow round fruit from a small bag and let the small beast gnaw on it. After a while, the double-pupil rat, which had eaten the earth pear fruit clean, became spirited. After calling softly twice, it darted into the nearby bushes and disappeared. Han Li remained calm and followed along the rope. Han Li stood under a steep mountain peak, staring blankly at the huge mountain wall more than 100 feet tall on the opposite side, feeling stunned. Because the rope in his hand extended through a narrow crevice into the mountain wall on the opposite side. It was already the afternoon of the second day. After nearly 2 days of searching, this double-pupil rat suddenly went crazy when it reached the vicinity of this mountain peak. It rushed here in a frenzy, bringing him along in haste, and then dived into the crack directly. Han Li looked at the tightly pulled rope in his hand and couldn't help but be curious. He immediately wanted to slap his storage pouch, and the silver giant sword appeared in his hand. Han Li gripped the rope tightly with one hand and wielded the silver sword like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he expanded the narrow crevice into a rough entrance large enough for a person to squeeze through. After entering, he immediately released a shield to protect himself, then cut through the rocks step by step along the rope, slowly advancing. All the scattered rocks and soil were blocked by his water attribute shield, keeping him clean. After this physical labor lasted for more than an hour, a crude stone passage of more than a dozen zhangs gradually took shape. When Han Li swung his sword again, there was a sudden clatter, and the stone wall was finally broken through. Han Li was overjoyed at the sight and exerted all his strength to chop a few times, completely breaking through the stone wall, and then walked out with a stride. A natural cave about a dozen zhangs in size appeared in front of him. As soon as Han Li entered, a strong spiritual energy hit him, making him feel amazed. But his gaze couldn't help but follow the rope in his hand. He saw that the rope extended to the center of the cave, where there was a tiny spring, constantly bubbling with water. The double-pupil rat was lying in the middle of this small water bed, swimming leisurely. What is this? Han Li was truly astonished this time, because the rich spiritual energy in the cave almost all came from this spring. He hurriedly walked over, picked up a puddle of spring water, and carefully observed it. This is the spring of the spirit eye. There's no doubt about it. Han Li was sure of his guess without much effort. Although the spiritual energy contained in the spring water is not as exaggerated as rumored, and the spring is very small, it is indeed a rare spring of the spirit eye. Han Li inserted his hands into the water and murmured in disbelief. Then he closed his eyes, feeling the strands of spiritual energy emerging from the water, his face filled with pleasant surprise. Speaking of spiritual springs, one cannot help but mention the concept of spiritual veins and the spring of the spirit eye in the cultivation world. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is not evenly distributed. Some places have denser spiritual energy, while others have thinner. Over time, in places with dense spiritual energy, spiritual veins of various sizes will form. Large spiritual veins can extend for tens of thousands of miles without end, while small ones may only be a few miles long, which is pitifully small. However, regardless of their actual size, once these spiritual veins form, they will automatically emit a faint spiritual energy, allowing the local spiritual energy to circulate endlessly without drying up. However, the spiritual energy produced in different parts of these spiritual veins is not consistent. The denser the spiritual energy at a certain location, the more suitable it is for cultivators to meditate and cultivate. Therefore, such places are called spirit eyes by the cultivation world. Although the so-called spirit eye is generally invisible and colorless, it can only be sensed by the perception of cultivators. However, wherever there is a spirit eye, it means that the spiritual energy of the nearby spiritual veins is the richest, and this is beyond doubt. If the spiritual energy of the spirit eye is too dense and can be maintained for a long time, it will gradually produce a physical form and become an entity, such as the spirit eye pearl, spirit eye stone, spirit eye spring, etc. There are even legendary spirit eye trees, which are the most advanced forms of spirit eyes. The magical nature of spirit eyes naturally drove cultivators pursuing the Tao of heaven crazy. Every appearance of a spirit eye item would stir up a bloody storm in the local cultivation world. However, in the cultivation world of Yue country, these spirit eye items had long fallen into the hands of the 7 major sects. After all, even if small sects obtained these treasures, it would only invite disaster upon themselves. For example, Huangfeng Valley possessed a spirit eye stone, 3 spirit eye springs, and a few other spirit eye items. They were all snatched up by several cultivators at or above the foundation establishment stage, leaving even sect leader Zhang empty-handed. Of course, the nascent soul stage ancestor naturally took the lion's share. Nowadays, Hanley never imagined that he would easily find a spirit eye item nearby with just an ordinary double-eyed rat, spending more than a day searching. Although it was only the lowest-level spirit spring, and the spring eye was pitifully small, its effectiveness was probably limited. However, a spirit eye item was still a spirit eye item, at least much faster for cultivation than practicing at ordinary spirit eyes. Even if it only accelerated cultivation by half, it was still a good thing. However, amidst his unexpected joy, Han Li was also puzzled. Wasn't it said that spirit eye items should only form in places with the densest spiritual energy? But the spiritual energy near this mountain peak was not particularly dense. How could it still form here? And it was such a miniature spirit spring, which made Hanley pleasantly surprised but also somewhat regretful. But since a pie had fallen from the sky, Han Li naturally wouldn't let it slip through his fingers. Because although the spirit eye spring could be moved, that required the means of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, which Han Li didn't have yet. So naturally, he decided to build his cave dwelling here and reserved this spirit spring cave as his secret cultivation chamber, to be hidden away. Han Li immediately used the opened passage to expand it. With a wave of his silver sword in one hand and manipulation of several golden blades in the other, Han Li embarked on the great task of excavating the cave dwelling. Meanwhile, the double-eyed rat plunged into the spirit spring and refused to come out, falling into a deep slumber in the water. Relying on the sharpness of the silver sword and the quantity of golden blades, Han Li spent half a day to roughly shape a cave dwelling that occupied a considerable area. He opened 13 rooms of varying sizes and 3 halls covering several acres. Although the cave walls were still rough and had not undergone much fine processing, at least they could provide shelter. This made Han Li breathe a sigh of relief and stop working. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the double-eyed rat and hurriedly returned to the spirit spring. He grabbed the sleeping little beast by the nape of its neck, flew hundreds of miles away with a magical tool, and then let it go so it could return to Kilin Pavilion on its own. Han Li's cave dwelling only had one exit for now. So after returning, he immediately set up a small concealment array using 5 small flags and a dozen low-grade spirit stones according to the method recorded in the jade slip, thoroughly concealing the exit with the array. In this way, from the outside, it still looked like a complete mountain wall, and no one could detect the existence of an additional cave. After completing the basic protection, Han Li carved out a simple stone bed with his silver sword and lay down to sleep in a hurry. He was indeed a bit tired. In the days that followed, Han Li was busy without stopping. First, he found a flat piece of land in a hidden place near his cave dwelling and sowed some seeds of spiritual herbs. Among them were ordinary medicinal herb seeds he brought from the mortal world, and some exotic seeds he collected from the 100-herb garden over the years. This place would be Han Li's own herb garden, where mature spiritual herbs would sprout in the future. The remaining time was spent cutting some hard bluestones from the mountain and using them to carve out furniture such as stone tables and chairs, placing a set in each room. Finally, he carefully smoothed all the walls, embedded some moonlight stones, and made the cave dwelling as bright as day. With these arrangements, Han Li's cave dwelling was considered preliminary complete. However, it was obvious that the defense capability of this cave dwelling was simply inadequate, and Han Li couldn't relax while practicing cultivation. In his opinion, there should be at least a comprehensive prohibition similar to the 100-herb garden. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if enemies invaded during cultivation. Han Li was an outsider when it came to array formations and didn't even know how to set up the most basic arrays, let alone more powerful prohibitions. However, he had no intention of learning. Array formations were as vast as the sea. If he diverted his attention to learning, he wouldn't achieve much without a decade or two. Moreover, it would definitely delay his own cultivation, which was a loss Han Li couldn't afford. Perhaps there were geniuses who could delve deep into array formations without delaying their own cultivation, and even use array formations to advance their cultivation. But Han Li knew very well that he was not one of them. If he slightly diverted his attention to this aspect, he would definitely extinguish the last glimmer of hope for reaching the foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, there were array flags and array discs in the world, which were easy to carry and could be used to set up array formations. Although using this method, it was generally impossible to set up powerful prohibitions. But now, Han Li only needed a defensive array of ordinary level for his cave dwelling to be mostly safe. Moreover, if necessary, he could set up several prohibitions to make up for the loopholes in defense with quantity. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Star sect of the Yuanwu Kingdom was renowned in the nearby country's cultivation world for its array formations. Array flags and array discs like these prohibition-class artifacts were refined every year and flowed into the cultivation world for exchange for necessary spiritual stones and materials. Han Li set his sights on the Heavenly Star sect's market, where he would surely find the prohibition-class artifacts he needed. So in the time that followed, after a few medicinal herb seeds had sprouted, Han Li immediately began to mature them with green liquid. His plan was to use 1,000-year medicinal herb to exchange for what he needed at the Heavenly Star sect's market. This time, he would only reveal this 1,000-year herb to avoid arousing too much suspicion and unnecessary trouble. In just over 2 months, Han Li successfully matured the 1,000-year medicinal herbs. Then he set off northward with the medicinal herbs and other exchangeable items. For example, the complete materials of the ink dragon and the hard shell of the centipede, among others. If the price was right, Han Li didn't mind exchanging them. After all, he also had no intention of diverting his attention to learning artifact refinement. When flying on the magical tool, Han Li wore a cloak just in case. After flying for more than 100 miles, it only took a little less than half a day for Han Li, who had greatly improved his cultivation base, to arrive. As soon as he entered the Yuanwu kingdom, Han Li looked around curiously. On the one hand, he was looking for the heavenly star sect's market, and on the other hand, he was curious about everything in the Yuanwu kingdom. However, from the scenery, it seemed to be no different from the Yue country. The Yuanwu kingdom, like the Yue country, was a medium-sized country in the nearby area. Although these two countries were not as large as one-third of the great countries Tianluo and Fengdu, they were much stronger than the nearby small countries like the Jiang country and the Cheyun country. The major countries in this area, although only two, had more than 10 medium-sized countries. As for smaller ones, there were dozens scattered densely around the area. Moreover, it was said that there were superpowers in even more distant places, whose vastness was unbelievable. In the cultivation world of the Yuanwu kingdom, the strengths of the righteous and demonic factions were equal, maintaining a stalemate. The Heavenly Star sect was one of the core sects in the righteous faction, and had a strength not inferior to that of the Huangfeng Valley. While Han Li was pondering about the Heavenly Star sect, the leaf-shaped magical tool under his feet suddenly felt heavy and slowly began to descend to the ground, as if it had lost its flying effect in an instant. Seeing this unfavorable situation, Han Li not only wasn't surprised, but showed a hint of joy. It seemed that he had arrived near the Heavenly Star Sect's market. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any flight restrictions. When Han Li landed on the ground, after walking north for 7 or 8 miles, a large complex of buildings larger than the Huangfeng Valley's market appeared before his eyes. The Heavenly Star Sect's market was very peculiar, completely different from the Huangfeng Valley's. It consisted of a towering giant building at the center, about 20 to 30 zhang high, surrounded by other buildings only 1/10 as tall as the main building, arranged radially in a circular layout. Because the signboard on the central building was so huge, Han Li could clearly see the 3 giant silver characters Star Dust Pavilion from a mile or 2 away. There was no need to ask. This building must be the Heavenly Star Sect's own shop. After walking for a mile or 2, Han Li arrived. Following his usual practice, Han Li didn't act rashly, but instead circled around the periphery of the market, slowly getting a sense of the situation here. Surprisingly, there were several shops here that caught Han Li's attention and aroused his interest. There was a shop for refining artifacts, which could accept materials from cultivators at any time to refine various artifacts according to the owner's requirements. The signboard even boldly claimed that they could refine everything from low-grade artifacts to top-grade artifacts. Moreover, if the refinement failed, they would return double the value of the materials in spiritual stones. Of course, if you didn't have materials and just wanted to order an artifact, that was also possible, but the price would definitely be much cheaper. Another shop was for making talismans, and its content was almost the same as the artifact refining shop. They also accepted orders for custom-made spiritual talismans. At this moment, the market wasn't crowded. Han Li observed only about 20 or 30 cultivators on the periphery, making the place seem somewhat desolate. Have all the people gone to the central star-dust pavilion? Han Li couldn't help but wonder. However, he didn't immediately plan to head to the star-dust pavilion. Because the shop specializing in artifact refinement had such an audacious claim. The shop that crafts talismans guarantees a return of equivalent spiritual stones in case of failure. This piqued his curiosity, so after completing a circuit around the market, Han Li couldn't help but walk in. The storefront wasn't large, seeming to consist of only 3 rooms and a backyard. As Han Li entered the front hall, he saw a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar conversing with a white-haired but rosy-faced old man, with a sturdy man standing respectfully beside them. Although the middle-aged man and the old man were engrossed in their conversation, they didn't pay attention to Han Li when he entered. Instead, the sturdy man approached him with courtesy and asked, "Is this guest here to buy magical artifacts or to place an order?" "I'll see what magical artifacts you have in your shop first before deciding whether to place an order," Han Li said calmly. "All right, does the guest want to see intermediate-grade magical artifacts or top-grade magical artifacts?" The sturdy man, pleased that business had walked in, asked with a smile. "Top-grade magical artifacts, and I want the finest among them." Han Li's voice wasn't loud, but this statement immediately stunned the sturdy man. Meanwhile, the two who were previously chatting fervently shut their mouths and looked at Han Li with astonished eyes. The guest wants to see top-grade magical artifacts, and they must be the finest. After regaining his senses, the sturdy man couldn't help but confirm if he had heard correctly. Top-grade magical artifacts weren't something ordinary people could afford. They often cost hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones. Even if a cultivator saved up a lifetime's worth of spiritual stones, they might not be able to afford one. And here was Han Li asking for the finest among top-grade magical artifacts. It was no wonder the sturdy man was so flabbergasted. "Zio Ohai, come back. Don't be rude to this esteemed guest." The white-haired old man finally recognized Han Li's foundation establishment stage identity and hurried over to shoo away the sturdy man. "This old man is the owner of this shop. If the guest has any requests, please feel free to tell me." The old man realized that Han Li was a senior who had come to his small shop, so he couldn't help feeling nervous and hurriedly approached Han Li. "There's nothing much. I just want to see what good magical artifacts you have here. If there's anything suitable, I'll buy 1 or 2. Han Li's words made the old man breathe a sigh of relief, but he still looked somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint the guest. Although our shop has a few top-grade magical artifacts, they're just for show and not particularly exquisite." The old man, facing Han Li's foundation establishment stage identity, dared not conceal anything and could only speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt disappointed. However, he couldn't help but curse himself for being naive. No matter how grand the claims on the signboard outside, it was just a means for attracting customers. How could he have taken it seriously? Han Li shook his head and was about to leave. But as he approached the door, he turned back and said somewhat discontentedly, "So, the claims outside about being able to craft top-grade magical artifacts are just empty words." No, the guest misunderstood. Our shop does business with integrity, and every claim on the signboard is true, without falsehood. As long as there are suitable materials, this old man can indeed craft top-grade magical artifacts. The white-haired old man, fearing damage to the shop's reputation, hurriedly explained. You can craft top-grade magical artifacts. Han Li was greatly surprised, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes as he spoke. He had thought there were other artisans who crafted magical artifacts, not expecting it to be this old man. No wonder Han Li didn't believe it. Crafting top-grade magical artifacts wasn't like crafting intermediate or high-grade ones, where ordinary flames could suffice. It required the tempering of innate true fire or earth fire, similar to crafting foundation establishment pills. But this old man was only a chi condensation stage cultivator, so he wouldn't possess innate true fire, and this place didn't seem like it had earth fire. How could he craft top-grade magical artifacts? Senior, it's normal for you to have some doubts since it's your first time visiting Sue's shop. But Brother Sue's family has a long history in artifact refinement, and his craftsmanship is definitely not inferior to the artisans of major sects. Moreover, for hundreds of years, Sue's family has been nurturing a second-level beginner fire crow. Its demonic fire is even more powerful than innate true fire, which is enough to craft top-grade magical artifacts without any worries. A middle-aged Confucian scholar who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up, explaining a few words to dispel Han Li's doubts, but it only made Han Li more puzzled. Demonic fire? I've only heard of true fire and earth fire being used for artifact refinement and alchemy. I've never heard of demonic fire being effective. Han Li frowned, still finding it hard to believe. Senior, you may not know. Using demonic fire for artifact refinement or alchemy requires some special techniques and is not officially recognized by the major immortal sects. It's considered a side path technique and is not widely circulated. If our family hadn't occasionally obtained such a fire crow, we wouldn't have specialized in this area. The old man took over from the Confucian scholar, explaining to Han Li and dispelling his doubts. I see. Although Han Li listened to the explanation, he still found it hard to believe since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Could it be that the senior also wants to order top-grade magical artifacts? The old man, seeing Han Li lost in thought, couldn't help but ask curiously, "If I provide you with enough materials to craft top-grade magical artifacts, how confident are you in crafting them?" Han Li raised his head and asked, not revealing his stance. It depends on the quality of the materials and the senior's requirements for the artifacts. If the materials are average and the requirements for the artifacts are also average, I'm 30% confident. However, If the crafting of top-grade magical artifacts fails, the shop won't compensate for the materials because the failure rate is too high. Double compensation is only for intermediate and high-grade magical artifacts. Otherwise, this old man would have gone bankrupt long ago. The old man, seeing Han Li willing to let him craft top-grade magical artifacts, was delighted and quickly agreed to Han Li's conditions, saying eagerly, "For someone like him, a master craftsman, the thing he lacked most was high-grade materials to practice with. Crafting some top-grade magical artifacts would greatly improve his skills." And this person in front of him, although his voice sounded young, was still a foundation establishment stage cultive. Ader, what he brought out was definitely not ordinary. This filled the old man with anticipation. "I do have some materials that can allow you to attempt crafting. However, I must watch on the side while you craft the artifact. But rest assured, I won't interfere, and if the crafting is successful, I will consider part of the materials as your reward. I won't let you work for nothing." After pondering for a while, Han Li made up his mind and said the above words. For Han Li, it was more appropriate to refine those precious ink dragon materials into suitable magical artifacts, rather than exchange them for spiritual stones. After all, his current top-grade magical artifacts, although many among Qi condensation stage disciples, were uncertain compared to those of fellow Foundation establishment stage cultivators. But he estimated that others wouldn't have too few either. Of course, does the senior want to start crafting now? This old man can start at any time. The old man, seeing Han Li really allowing him to craft top-grade magical artifacts, was suddenly excited and readily agreed to Han Li's conditions, saying eagerly, "I still have some things to buy. After I'm done, I'll come back here to start." Han Li shook his head and said, "That's fine. The junior will be waiting here for the senior." The old man, seeing that Han Li didn't immediately let him start working, couldn't help feeling disappointed but quickly regained his composure and said respectfully. Seeing that everything was settled, Han Li didn't want to linger any longer. After bidding farewell casually, he turned around and walked out of the shop. But before he could leave the room, when he had only walked a few yards away, he suddenly heard the voice of the Confucian scholar behind him. "Senior, please wait." Han Li paused for a moment, hesitated for a while, and then stopped. Then he turned around and saw the Confucian scholar chasing after him. At this moment, he was smiling at Han Li. "Do you have something to say?" Han Li frowned, his voice cold. He didn't like people disturbing him for no reason. "The junior wants to ask the senior, are you here to buy something in the market? I am Wang Xiling, a resident of this market. Perhaps I can help you save a lot of time." Hearing this, Han Li looked at the Confucian scholar unexpectedly, then suddenly chuckled and said, "Are you Fang Xingzi?" Upon hearing Han Li's words, the Confucian scholar was first taken aback, but then he smiled and said, "Senior, it's fortunate that you told me about this. Otherwise, I might have made a wasted trip. Although the heavenly star sex array formations are well known, It doesn't mean that the Starfall Pavilion has top-quality array flags and plates. While there are indeed plenty of array flags and plates in the Starfall Pavilion, the types available are mostly ordinary ones sold to small cultivating families and individual cultivators. The true high-quality array tools are not circulated outside, as array formations are the foundation of their sect. Easily leaking high-quality array flags and plates would expose flaws in their formations, which would be detrimental to them. As the Confucian scholar explained to Han Li, he stole glances at Han Li. However, Han Li's face was concealed by his hood, revealing nothing, leaving the Confucian scholar feeling frustrated. From your tone, it seems like you can find what I'm looking for. Although Han Li was greatly surprised by what the Confucian scholar said, his voice remained calm and composed, betraying no hint of astonishment or shock. Upon hearing this, the Confucian scholar glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, lowered his voice and said sneakily, "If Senior trusts me, I can indeed introduce you to a secret shop that few people know about. The items sold there, while some may have questionable origins, are all rare top-quality goods that are rarely seen outside. I believe Senior will surely find satisfactory array tools there." A secret shop. Although Han Li's voice remained calm, his heart was genuinely startled by the Confucian scholar's words. Han Li had heard rumors about secret shops over the past few years, and if what the Confucian scholar said was true, this would be a rare opportunity to broaden his horizons. It seems that Senior is also familiar with secret shops. Well, that's even better. There's no need for me to explain further. In about 2 or 3 hours, it will be time for the monthly auction at this secret shop. If Senior wants to go, you'll need to make up your mind early. I can lead the way immediately. The Confucian scholar, excited at the prospect of bringing a potential customer to this secret shop, was delighted to see Han Li showing no aversion to the idea. He knew he had likely found the right client. "Not too far, I hope?" Han Li suddenly asked. "Not far, it's right here in this market. Senior, do you agree?" The Confucian scholar's excitement grew. Bringing a potential customer to this secret shop could earn him a good commission. "Let's go." Han Li breathed a sigh of relief and said in a cold tone, "I'll lead the way." The Confucian scholar, with a joyful expression, took the lead. After several twists and turns, the Confucian scholar brought Han Li to a lonely, dilapidated cottage. The door was tightly closed, without any markings, looking very inconspicuous. However, after the Confucian scholar rhythmically tapped the wooden door a few times, it opened, and a woman in her 30s walked out. She had a plain appearance and seemed to be at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refining stage, nothing remarkable. "Madam Zhang, I've brought a new customer. He also wants to participate in this auction," the Confucian scholar said eagerly before Madame Zhang could speak. After hearing that the guest brought by Wang Zilin was a foundation establishment cultivator, Madame Zhang's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of a smile. "This guest seems decent. Please come in, Senior." Despite her low cultivation level, Madame Zhang didn't show any awe towards Han Li, treating him like an ordinary guest. "I can only accompany you here, Senior. I'll take my leave now." Wang Zilin, embarrassed by Madame Zhang's words, quickly bid farewell to Han Li and left. Han Li glanced at the disappearing figure of the Confucian scholar, and then followed Madame Zhang into the cottage. Inside, various inferior alchemy and refining materials were scattered around, resembling an ordinary raw material shop. While Han Li was carefully observing, Madame Zhang, who had closed the door again, solemnly said, "Please follow me, sir." With that, she walked to a corner of the room and pressed her hand on the ground. With a flash of yellow light, a large hole cracked open in the ground. Madame Zhang beckoned to Han Li and descended the stairs. Han Li hesitated for a moment, then cautiously followed her down the underground passage. However, he remained vigilant. The passage was short, and after walking for about 10 yards, they arrived at a small stone door. Standing on either side of the door were two black-clad figures, each wearing a ghastly mask. Upon seeing them, Han Li's expression immediately became solemn. These two were also Foundation establishment cultivators like him, and one of them seemed to be at the middle stage. Han Li couldn't help but feel a sense of caution towards the strength of this secret shop. Madame Zhang, however, acted as if she hadn't seen the black-clad men and pushed open the stone door, leading Han Li inside. The two black-clad men made no move to stop them. Upon entering, Han Li was taken aback. A magnificent hall lay before his eyes. Crimson carpets, white jade walls, and hanging palace lamps all exuded an aura of great wealth and luxury, indicating the extraordinary status of the host. The hall was oval-shaped, several dozen yards in diameter. Rows of wooden chairs were arranged inside, with dozens of cultivators sitting on them, each dressed differently. On the opposite side was a solitary empty table, and not far from it were 3 sandalwood chairs. Seeing Han Li and Madame Zhang enter, the cultivators sitting in the hall couldn't help but cast a glance at Han Li. Feeling the gazes sweep over him, Han Li couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, his face changing dramatically. Most of these people were Foundation establishment cultivators. It was only now that Han Li realized why Madame Zhang had shown no awe towards him. Here, he was just an ordinary member like everyone else. "You've come at a good time. The auction is about to begin. I'll leave you here. I need to attend to matters above." Madame Zhang said these 2 sentences and left Han Li alone, walking away. Feeling helpless, Han Li glanced at the many cultivators in the hall and quietly found a secluded corner to sit down. By now, he had noticed that all the cultivators here, like him, were concealing their faces with masks and cloaks. It seemed that no one was willing to reveal their identities. Although there were many people in the hall, everyone remained silent, creating an atmosphere of extreme quietness, tinged with tension. Han Li sat quietly for 2 to 3 hours. Apart from speculating maliciously in his heart about whether he would encounter any acquaintances, he focused his attention on a wooden door behind the long table. It seemed that the host was preparing inside. After sitting for 2 to 3 hours, the wooden door behind the table finally opened, and 3 people walked out one after another. These 3 people were dressed exactly like the 2 guarding the stone door, making it impossible to distinguish between master and servant. They stood side by side behind the long table. The person on the right spoke first in a low, hoarse voice. "Welcome, fellow cultivators of the cultivation world, to our shop's auction. We have both old customers and newcomers attending this time. But it doesn't matter. Our shop treats everyone equally." As soon as the person on the right finished speaking, the one on the left immediately continued. "The rules of this auction remain the same. Our shop will announce a base price in spirit stones, and everyone can compete using spirit stones. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can also use other items of equivalent value as collateral, which will be assessed jointly by the 3 of us. In short, the highest bidder will get the auctioned item." This person's voice was sharp and thin, making people feel extremely uncomfortable, likely using a false voice. "Finally, after our shop's items are auctioned off, it will be a time for free trading. If you have anything to exchange or sell, you can step forward to display and trade on your own. We won't interfere in the slightest. We're just providing the venue. That's all for now. The auction begins." The person in the middle spoke with a loud and clear voice that echoed throughout the hall. With these words, the 3 of them stepped aside, vacating their seats behind the table, and then sat on the 3 sandalwood chairs. At the same time, a tall and thin middle-aged man emerged from the wooden door. He had a shrewd look on his face. Approaching the table, he cleared his throat and began. "I will be presiding over this auction. Let's start with a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Fire Cloud Sword." The first item unexpectedly put up for sale was a top-grade spiritual weapon, which surprised Han Li a bit, especially when this item was described by the eloquent and slender man as unparalleled in the world. It made Han Li, and even other cultivators who urgently needed top-grade spiritual weapons, feel the impulse to reach for their spirit stones and make a purchase. Sure enough, as soon as the base price of 200 spirit stones was announced, 3 or 4 impatient individuals immediately bid, quickly raising the price of the Fire Cloud Sword to over 300 spirit stones. This deterred other potential bidders from joining in. Although the Fire Cloud Sword came with a decent fire cloud attack, it was still a notch below top-quality spiritual weapons. Purchasing it for 300 spirit stones would seem somewhat disappointing. However, those who were unwilling to buy had others willing to be the fool. For those willing to buy, although the items to be auctioned later might be better, they were not guaranteed to win them. It was more practical to purchase the decent top-grade spiritual weapon in front of them. So, amidst the competition among several chi refining stage cultivators, the Fire Cloud Sword was sold smoothly for just over 400 spirit stones. After handing over the spirit stones, the cultivator with the doll mask happily carried the sword back to his seat, as if he had acquired a precious treasure to pass down through generations, which amused some of the other cultivators. Once the man with the doll mask sat down, the slender man cleared his throat and continued. The second item to be auctioned is a favorite among refiners, a top-grade crimson robe heaven furnace. This furnace has been passed down among many master refiners and has produced many fine top-grade spiritual weapons, such as the illusion sound sword, the azure dragon flag, and the black flame pearl. It is said to have a certain enhancement effect on refining spiritual weapons. However, whether this is true or not, our shop cannot ascertain. Therefore, it is being auctioned off at a base price of 400 spirit stones, which is definitely not high. As he spoke, the man took out a fiery red furnace from his storage bag and placed it on the table for everyone to examine closely. Boom! The atmosphere in the hall immediately heated up as the cultivators, though still not speaking aloud, stared eagerly at the furnace with hot eyes, clearly interested in the item. Hanley sat quietly in the corner, coldly observing everything. However, when he heard that the azure dragon flag in his possession had also been made from this furnace, he couldn't help but be surprised, albeit only briefly. He was completely ignorant about refining, so he naturally had no idea of the value of this furnace. However, he wouldn't part with anything he couldn't use. Hanley could at least manage that much. Besides, although he had plenty of spirit stones on him, they had to be used wisely. 450. 470. I offer 500 spirit stones. Regardless of what Hanley thought, the price of this item, known as the Crimson Robe Heaven Furnace, quickly soared to a terrifying level. 780 spirit stones. This bid came from a corpulent figure wearing a yellow cloak, his teeth gritted with determination. 800. Not far from the corpulent figure, a female cultivator, calm and composed, raised the bid even further, leaving the corpulent man clenching his fists in frustration. At this almost astronomical price, other bidders had long withdrawn from the competition. They could only watch with unwilling eyes as the two wealthy foundation establishment cultivators continued to drive the price higher and higher. 850. If the lady can raise it by one more, this furnace will be yours. After raising the bid once more, the corpulent man stared angrily at the female cultivator, his face turning red. But after shooting her a few vicious glares, he surprisingly refrained from bidding further. Thus, the female cultivator, a foundation establishment cultivator, spent a fortune to purchase this famous furnace, though whether it was worth it remained to be seen. Perhaps the intense bidding had stimulated the nerves of many cultivators present. The previously quiet atmosphere in the hall suddenly erupted into a frenzy, with one top-grade spiritual weapon and rare material after another being snatched up by the enthusiastic cultivators. However, after auctioning off several level 20 items, Hanley still hadn't seen any array flags or plates being sold, which made him a bit impatient. Hanley couldn't help but think that if there were really no such items appearing in this auction, he would have to go to the Starfall Pavilion again. Even basic array tools would be better than nothing. Just as Hanley was thinking this, the slender man at the front announced the name of the next item to be auctioned. Top-grade spiritual weapons, a pair of puppet mechanism beasts. Their strength is comparable to that of a 9th-layer chi refining stage cultivator. Moreover, they are absolutely loyal and fearless. If purchased, it is equivalent to having 2 personal bodyguards. The base price is only 100 spirit stones. Puppet mechanism beasts. Isn't my own top-grade spiritual weapon called Puppet Archer? Could they be the same thing? Hanley's heart skipped a beat as he sat up straight, carefully observing. The slender man had already displayed 2 black, doll-like objects on the table. They were only the size of fists, resembling lions or tigers, yet not quite like either, and it was unclear what type of monster they were based on. Many of you may not have heard much or even heard of puppet mechanism arts, the man said, noticing that many of the cultivators below seemed uninterested in the mechanism beasts, and decided to present some prepared information to pique their interest. Although it is not well known here, it is extremely popular in the far west. There is even a sect called the Thousand Bamboo Sect, which specializes in this art and has developed it to its peak. It is said that top-tier puppet mechanism practitioners can even compete with cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, classifying these mechanism beasts as top-grade spiritual weapons is just a private decision of our shop. According to the formal classification of mechanism arts, they should be called second-level puppet beasts. After the man finished speaking, the cultivators below, though a bit curious, were not willing to spend 100 spirit stones to buy 2 doll-like objects. After all, what use would 9th-layer chi refining stage bodyguards be to them? 100 spirit stones. A voice sounded from the corner, surprising everyone as someone actually wanted to buy these items. The cultivators in the hall turned their gazes to the corner. However, it wasn't Hanley who spoke, but rather someone sitting in another corner with a bizarre appearance, covering their entire head with a large gray cloth bag, looking quite ridiculous. 150 spirit stones. Just when the other cultivators thought the bizarre individual was being extravagant, another strange voice, with an odd accent and stiff pronunciation, raised the bid. This time, the bid came from a burly figure wearing a green cloak, sitting with his arms crossed on the last row of chairs. The new bid came from him, as many cultivators turned their gaze. To him, he remained cold-eyed and calm, showing no signs of nervousness. 200 spirit stones. The bizarre person with the cloth bag over their head seemed determined to win, immediately raising the bid again. I offer 300 spirit stones. The burly man, equally unyielding, matched the bid without hesitation. 400. 600. In the blink of an eye, The two of them drove the price of these puppet beasts to an unbelievable level. At this point, even the most obtuse cultivators in the hall could sense that something was amiss. Could these puppet beasts conceal some astonishing secret? This thought arose in the minds of all the cultivators present. After exchanging glances, the hearts of all the cultivators began to pound. Even some wealthy and impatient individuals joined the bidding. However, some more experienced cultivators couldn't help but feel skeptical amidst their excitement. Could these two be shills sent by the mysterious shop? Were they intentionally inflating the price of these worthless items to take advantage of unsuspecting buyers? Many cultivators harbored such suspicions, and Han Li was one of the skeptical ones. So, he continued to watch coldly, showing no signs of being tempted. "I offer 900 spirit stones, plus this." The bizarrely clothed individual, seeing more and more cultivators joining the bidding, became anxious and pulled out an item from his storage bag. Then, he strode over to the slender man and placed it on the table, speaking in a stiff tone. "This item is worth several thousand spirit stones. It is more than enough to exchange for these puppet beasts. Hand them over to me." Because he saw that the situation seemed to be getting out of control, the tall and thin man cleverly stowed away the pair of puppet beasts into his storage bag. Now, seeing the burly man take out a dark, seemingly worthless piece of metal, as if to force him to reveal his greatly appreciated auction item, the tall and thin man couldn't help but roll his eyes and bluntly say, "Sir, you'd better calm down. We will assess the value of this item ourselves, but for now, it's best to sit back down. Otherwise, our shop will consider you as deliberately causing trouble, and we won't be polite about it." The burly man, upon hearing the threat from the tall and thin man, became furious. He was someone of high status, a figure who commanded respect in his sect, and when had he ever been treated like this? Immediately clenching his fists, he was about to erupt. However, when this man glanced at the weirdo wearing a cloth bag on his head, he found the other party staring at him motionlessly, with a hint of gloating in his eyes. This made him hesitate. Upon further thought, he actually restrained his anger, suddenly turned around, and walked back to his seat. Some cultivators who had expected to see a good show couldn't help but feel disappointed. The auction of the puppet beasts had to continue. However, the dark, palm-sized object had already been handed over to the trio sitting on the sandalwood chairs. At this moment, they were quietly discussing the item. Although their expressions couldn't be seen due to their masks, their extremely cautious attitude was evident to all cultivators. After examining the black object several times, which seemed like cast iron, the three finally reached a unanimous decision. Then, the man in black standing in the middle stood up and loudly announced, "One top-grade iron essence, valued at 2,000 spirit stones." Then, without saying another word, he sat back down. Iron essence. Upon hearing these two words, all the cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. Did this person happen to be a nascent soul stage expert? Otherwise, where did he get iron essence from? Iron essence was a treasure material that only the nascent soul stage's alchemy fire could refine. Generally, when cultivators refined such materials, they would immediately integrate them into their own treasures to enhance their power. They would not easily let these materials leak out. And these kinds of treasure materials, like iron essence, if they were mixed into ordinary magical tools, their power would definitely increase substantially. It's not impossible to upgrade their grade. Therefore, their value skyrocketed even more. And the burly man just now, could it be that he deliberately suppressed his aura as a nascent soul stage cultivator and impersonated the Foundation establishment stage realm? After all, lower-level cultivators couldn't discern the depth of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Just as all the cultivators were feeling apprehensive and suspicious. Under the gestures of the three behind him, the tall and thin man finally spoke again. Does anyone have more than 2,900 spirit stones to offer? If not, these puppet beasts will belong to this brother. The tall and thin man seemed to want to raise the price again, so he deliberately spoke slowly, obviously trying to delay some time. However, who in the hall dared to bid casually? Since these people could participate in this auction, they were either important figures in the cultivation world or cultivators who had achieved great success in Foundation establishment. Even if they were tempted by the secrets of those puppet beasts, none of these people dared to provoke trouble in front of someone who seemed to be a nascent soul stage expert. And even if this person was not a nascent soul stage cultivator, there must be a nascent soul stage expert behind him. So even if they were tempted by the puppet beasts, these people were not willing to be the first to act recklessly. They could only watch helplessly. And the weirdo who had been at odds with everyone from the beginning was still sitting there without saying a word. It's unclear whether he was intimidated by this iron essence or he was embarrassed because he couldn't produce so many spirit stones. When the burly man took over the puppet beasts, he was trembling with excitement. But now it aroused even more curiosity and itchiness in the hearts of the cultivators present. Most of them wished they could grab this item and carefully study its mysteries. The burly man, upon receiving the puppet beasts, immediately left his seat and walked towards the stone door. However, when he reached the door, he found that the stone door had been closed from the outside. He pushed it hard a few times, but the stone door didn't budge. What does this mean? Does it mean that even after buying something, you're not allowed to leave? The man's voice became gloomy, his already somewhat weird tone now sounding even more uncomfortable. Of course not. As soon as the auction ends, we will immediately open the door and let you out. But not now. The one speaking now was not the tall and thin man who presided over the auction, but the sharply tongued man in black on the far left. What? How can this be the case? I'm leaving here right away. The man became angry and raised his voice a few notches. Unfortunately, this is indeed the rule of our shop. It's just a precaution to prevent some unpleasant accidents from happening. Sir, you wouldn't mind waiting for this little bit of time, would you? The low, hoarse voice of the man on the far right sounded eerie. HMPH, of course I can wait. Are you afraid of me? Suddenly, the man's attitude changed, and he swaggered back to his seat. This surprised the other people present and made them feel unexpected. What was this man planning? Didn't he know that staying here for even a moment longer would be even more dangerous for him? At this point, most of the cultivators present had already seen that this man was indeed at the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so obedient. But the people from the secret shop seemed to have known the true and false of the burly man from the beginning, and they did not show any signs of backing down. Since the burly man didn't leave, the auction in the hall continued. However, most people's minds couldn't return to the auction. There was a cold atmosphere where 2 consecutive items had no one bidding. This made the tall and thin man embarrassed. However, this auction was also coming to an end. The real climax finally appeared. Top-grade spirit medicine, a 1,000-year yellow ginseng mushroom. I won't waste any more words. You all know better than me the value of this herb. After the tall and thin man finished speaking, a jade box appeared in his hand. Then, after pretending to glance at the cultivators, seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to the 1,000-year herb he mentioned, he secretly rejoiced and said again, "This 1,000-year spirit medicine has only appeared a few times in the past 100 years. Buying it back and refining it into a spiritual pill will definitely be the best opportunity for all of you to break through your realms and enhance your powers. So, the starting price is 500 spirit stones." After saying this, the tall and thin man pulled out the cover of the jade box and stood it upright, showing it to the cultivators. Immediately, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire hall, making the cultivators both shocked and delighted. They were shocked that they never expected such a treasure to appear at this auction. They were delighted because if they could buy it and refine it into medicine, wouldn't it be, as the other party said, stronger than any top-grade magical tool? After all, this would enhance their own cultivation, not rely on external forces. Therefore, as soon as the tall and thin man mentioned the starting price, someone couldn't wait to speak up. 1,000 spirit stones. The first cultivator to speak up immediately doubled the price of the herb. This made many others who wanted to bid next curse angrily in their hearts. But soon after, someone continued to raise the price. 1,200 spirit stones. 1,000. One person after another bid, and in the blink of an eye, the price broke through the 2,000 mark. But Han Li was staring blankly at the 1,000-year herb on the table, lost in thought. He had initially disregarded the mention of the 1,000-year herb. He just thought that rare herbs had been discovered elsewhere. But when the tall and thin man revealed the 1,000-year yellow ginseng mushroom from the box, Han Li immediately confirmed that the so-called top-grade spirit medicine was one of the 2 herbs he sold to the treasure pavilion. After all, this herb was cultivated by his own hands. How could he be wrong? However, since the spirit medicine was already in the hands of the treasure pavilion, Han Li wouldn't bother with how they dealt with it. So after being in a daze for a while, Han Li snapped out of it and continued to watch the many cultivators bidding feverishly. Listening to the hurried bidding voices of these cultivators, Han Li felt a sense of pride. After all, something from his own hands could make others so nervous, which was also a kind of pride. Soon, some cultivators ran out of spirit stones and began offering rare items as collateral, each more valuable and rare than the last, dazzling Han Li's eyes. I'll trade this batch of revering the 5 elements formation prohibition tools for this spiritual herb. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing the chaotic crowd of cultivators to fall silent. It wasn't because the person was loud, but because what he said about the revering the 5 elements formation was extremely well known. Almost everyone knew about it. In some ways, it was more highly valued by cultivation families and sects than thousand-year spiritual herbs. This so-called small forbidden formation was incredibly powerful. While it didn't actively kill enemies, its ability to disguise mountain gates and confuse enemies was not inferior to the large formations of major sects. If one's family or sect possessed such a formation, it would be greatly protected. However, theoretically, such a powerful prohibition could not be set up without a master of this formation, spending a considerable amount of time and resources. Not to mention materializing the formation into tools. If it were true, this auction would indeed be full of surprises and broaden people's horizons. Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes lit up and he looked towards the speaker. A young man with a tiger-headed mask, short and stout, didn't seem like someone who could possess such a rare item. However, judging by his anxious expression, he seemed to be genuine. Do you really have the tools for the revering the 5 elements formation? The thin man, startled at first, calmed down and looked at the young man with suspicion. Although he didn't quite believe it, if the other party did possess such tools, the thousand-year herb would naturally belong to him. Other cultivators also stared at the young man, awaiting his response. I do have them, but they are not fully functional yet. They can only exert 10% of the formation's power. However, if you are willing to give me the herb, I can guarantee that within a few years, I will greatly enhance the power of the formation tools, at least doubling its effectiveness, if not more. The young man, seeing everyone's attention on him, became a bit flustered but managed to speak. It turns out it's not real, just a prototype. Many cultivators were disappointed. They had intended to purchase the formation tools, but now that they were only prototypes, they lost interest. Formation masters in the cultivation world were even rarer than alchemists and artifact refiners. Once someone decided to delve into formations, they essentially gave up the possibility of achieving greatness in cultivation. After all, human energy was limited, and it was impossible to simultaneously cultivate and study advanced formations. Therefore, some people began to consider targeting the formation master behind the young man after the auction ended. Surely, a formation master capable of researching this formation into tools could also set up the formation on site. For some families and small sects, as long as they could use this formation to protect their vital areas, whether it could be turned into tools or carried around was irrelevant. Are you joking? This is an auction. There's no room for waiting years to see results. Since you seem young, I'll let it go this time. But if you make false claims again next time, don't blame us for being rude. The thin man, realizing it was a lie, immediately became stern. The short and stout young man seemed like he wanted to say something, but the auctioneer turned away, ignoring him. He sighed and reluctantly returned to his seat. Han Li, witnessing this, squinted his eyes and carefully observed the young man, firmly imprinting his appearance in his mind. Meanwhile, the 1,000-year herb was sold to a Foundation establishment cultivator for 2,000 spirit stones, plus several pieces of illusion moonstones. With that, the auction at the secret shop came to an end. It was now time for the cultivators present to trade freely. If they didn't find anything to exchange, they could leave through the stone door that had just opened. The burly man who exchanged iron essence for a puppet beast didn't rush to leave, but rather sat leisurely on his chair, seemingly preparing to participate in the free trade. On the other hand, the peculiar figure with a hooded bag hurriedly left as soon as the stone door opened, leaving some curious bystanders puzzled. Han Li didn't bother thinking about these matters. He had his own concerns. He originally planned to wait for the free time to arrive and then immediately find the short and stout young man to see if he would transfer the formation tools to him. Although the so-called revering the 5 elements formation prohibition tools were only 1/10 as effective as the original formation, it would be enough for Han Li. After all, he had long heard of the fame of this formation and believed that even with this limited power, it would be too extravagant for his crude cave dwelling. It would be more than enough to protect his small piece of land. However, Han Li didn't expect that as soon as he locked onto the direction of the young man, he would be immediately surrounded by 4 or 5 other cultivators, seemingly wanting to discuss something with him. This unexpected turn of events made Han Li feel annoyed and somewhat worried. Could these people also want to acquire the formation tools? However, Han Li's worry did not materialize. After chatting with the young man for a few moments, the others suddenly looked at each other and shook their heads, then left one after another, leaving only the short and stout young man standing there, looking dejected. Han Li was delighted and walked over, intending to speak, but before he could, the young man glanced at him indifferently and said despondently, "If you don't have a 1,000-year spiritual herb, then don't bother me. The formation master behind me urgently needs the herb to save his life. It's impossible for me to design a large formation for you now." Upon hearing this, Han Li was surprised but then chuckled. "If I have a 1,000-year herb, but don't intend to find a formation master for a formation, what then?" He joked with the young man. As the young man was only at the 10th layer of qi condensation, Han Li didn't need to be cautious, so he spoke casually. "Do you have the herb, Senior?" The young man immediately became excited, looking at Han Li with anticipation. Without immediately answering, Han Li looked around. It seemed that no one was paying attention to them. The other cultivators were focused on someone demonstrating an interactive artifact up ahead. "Shall we discuss over there? It's too crowded here." Hanley pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the hall and said softly. "Sure, of course." The short and stout young man readily agreed. Then they walked to the nearby corner and stopped. At this point, the nearest cultivator to them was about 5 or 6 zhang away. But after Han Li set up a soundproof barrier, he wasn't afraid of eavesdropping. Speaking of which, as soon as Han Li succeeded in building his foundation, he immediately learned some minor spells that he couldn't use before. The difference was like night and day compared to his previous ineptitude. It made Han Li happy for a long time. This soundproof barrier was one of the minor spells he learned easily. "Senior, do you really have the spiritual herb? It must be over 1,000 years old. 700 or 800 years of herbs won't work." The young man, seeing Han Li set up the barrier, couldn't wait to speak. It seemed he was very anxious. Han Li glanced at him faintly, not speaking. Instead, he took out a box containing the herbs from his storage pouch. Although it wasn't the 1,000-year Huangjing mushroom that he had sold before, it was still a 1,000-year purple osmanthus flower, which was equally valuable. Since the other party didn't specify the type of herb needed, any herb over 1,000 years old would do. Han Li estimated that the young man was probably planning to use the 1,000-year herb as a catalyst, so he wasn't too picky. "Is this it?" The young man stared at the box intently, full of anticipation. "Yes, it contains 1,000-year herbs. But before I open the box for you to inspect, shouldn't we discuss what you will exchange for these herbs?" Han Li said coldly. Since the other party needed his help, he naturally had to bleed him dry. Han Li wanted to acquire more of these rare formation tools to have some backup. "What do you want, Senior?" "Apart from the formation tools, I don't have anything valuable to offer." The young man, after hearing Han Li's words, hesitated and said somewhat awkwardly, "Do you think you can exchange a set of incomplete formation tools for a 1,000-year spiritual herb?" Han Li, upon hearing the young man's words, didn't show disappointment. His tone remained as flat as before. "This," the short and stout young man scratched his head, feeling awkward himself. "Do you have an interest in alchemy, Senior?" After hesitating for a long time, the short and stout young man finally blurted out this sentence, leaving Han Li greatly astonished. "What do you mean?" Han Li was a bit puzzled. "Could it be that you want to teach me alchemy?" Han Li asked casually. "Senior guessed it. The only thing I can offer is my skill in alchemy," the young man said somewhat dejectedly. Han Li was speechless. He just wanted to acquire a few sets of formation flags and plates. Who would want his skill in alchemy? Besides, who did this young man think he was? Was his skill in alchemy really that rare? In the cultivation world, there were plenty of cultivators proficient in alchemy. However, due to our family's traditions, I can only pass on my compiled alchemy notes to you and cannot personally teach you this skill." The young man immediately added nervously. Hanley blinked, speechless. Seeing that Hanley remained silent after hearing his suggestion, seeming unwilling, the young man couldn't help but become nervous. He didn't care about hiding his identity anymore and hurriedly spoke truthfully. "My family ancestor used to be the elder alchemist of the Divine Arms sect, and his skill in alchemy had reached the peak. My skill in alchemy was taught to me personally by my family ancestor. By giving you my alchemy notes today, I've actually violated our family's traditions. As for how much benefit you can gain from it, it depends on your own fortune. But I can guarantee that they are all secrets never before revealed in the cultivation world." When Hanley heard that the young man was the descendant of the elder alchemist of the Divine Arms sect, he finally felt moved. Wasn't the Divine Arms sect one of the 3 major orthodox sects in the elemental martial country, alongside the Celestial Star sect and the Myriad Wonders sect? The alchemy of the Divine Arms sect, along with the formations of the Celestial Star sect and the talismans of the Myriad Wonders sect, was renowned in the nearby cultivation world. From this perspective, the young man's alchemy notes were indeed extraordinary. Although Hanley was unlikely to learn from them, keeping them as a bargaining chip would be beneficial. Who knows when they might come in handy? Hanley made up his mind, but he still asked one more question. Can the formation tools for the revering the 5 elements formation really be further improved? Definitely. My friend is already proficient in the way of formations, and with my skill in alchemy, improving this set of formation tools shouldn't be a problem. The young man, seeing Hanley's inquiry, knew that the other party was likely to agree, so he immediately became joyful and promised earnestly. Hanley nodded and said no more. Instead, he opened the box in his hand, and suddenly a fragrant medicinal scent filled the air, permeating the soundproof barrier. The young man sniffed a few times and examined the contents with his eyes. His expression became extremely pleased, and he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Seeing this, Hanley smiled faintly and handed the box over. The young man eagerly reached out to take it. However, when he tried to retract his hand after grabbing a corner of the box containing the medicinal herbs seemed to have taken root in Hanley's hand, motionless. This made the young man stunned, his eyes showing surprise. Seeing the young man raise his head, somewhat confused and looking at him, Hanley couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that this person really hadn't experienced much in life. Even with such obvious hints, he still didn't understand. Helplessly, Hanley moved his lips and directly pointed out to the other party. "Don't you think it's appropriate to bring out the formation tools and alchemy notes as well? Let's make a fair exchange. Money for goods. Wouldn't that be more appropriate?" "Oh, Senior, you're right. I completely forgot in my haste." The short and stout young man suddenly realized, looking embarrassed, and let go of the box in his hand. Then, in a flurry, he took out a stack of things from his storage pouch. These are 18 formation plates and 36 formation flags, a complete set of formation tools for the revering the 5 elements formation. As long as you arrange them according to the method described in this jade slip, the formation will immediately take effect. And this book, Sky Soaring Art, is my alchemy notes compiled over more than 20 years. I hope Senior will try not to spread it out to avoid being pursued by people from the Divine Arms sect. Many alchemy methods in it are secrets of the Divine Arms sect. The young man explained in detail and also gave Han Li a piece of advice. Han Li listened to his words and felt a great fondness for this young man. Another thought suddenly popped into his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Han Li immediately handed the box in his hand to the other party and accepted the stack of items. Han Li's sudden change of behavior left the short and stout young man somewhat puzzled and unsure of what was wrong. Sky Soaring Art, is Yun Zio your name? May I ask, what is your surname? Han Li, no longer as cold as before, asked with a smile after taking a quick look at the items, his tone friendly. My surname is Chi Yunxiao. Is there anything else Senior wishes to instruct? After hesitating for a moment, the young man still spoke out, though unsure of Han Li's intentions. Nothing much. I just wanted to tell you that although I accepted this book of yours, I will seal it using sealing techniques and won't touch it for 5 years. If within these 5 years you truly manage to improve these formation tools for me, I will return the book as it is, without flipping through a single page. What do you think? Really? Seeing this, Han Li smiled faintly, picked up the Sky Soaring art book and placed it between his palms. With Han Li chanting a low incantation, a series of silver runes suddenly surged from between his hands, hovering over his palms for a while before diving into the book and disappearing. At the same time, the Sky Soaring art book emitted a faint silver light, turning the entire book into silver, making it impossible to open anymore. All right, the seal is complete. Now leave your spiritual energy on the seal. This way, when I return the book next year, I will know if it has been tampered with. Han Li handed the sealed book back to the young man, who received it with great joy. After hesitating for a moment, the young man stomped his foot and left his spiritual energy on the seal as instructed. Then, with a grateful and puzzled expression mixed in his eyes, he returned the book to Han Li. At this point, Han Li could almost predict the young man's state of mind, knowing that gaining the other's trust immediately was impossible. But after a few years, when he returned the sealed book intact, he would surely establish a relationship with the young man and his friend, the formation master. Of course, whether the other party was truly worth his effort to make friends with would only be known after a long period of interaction. So, Han Li took the book and asked for a way to contact the young man before leaving without further ado, leaving the place. The young man left behind was still in disbelief. Did he really obtain the 1,000-year spiritual herb so easily? He pinched the hard box tightly, his eyes showing a mixture of excitement and confusion. Meanwhile, Han Li was in a great mood as he walked towards the alchemy shop. Qi Yunxiao's skill in alchemy and his friend's identity as a formation master were much better than a dead book. If he could establish a relationship with them, it would surely be of great help to his future cultivation path. Han Li was sure of this. Finally, Han Li returned to the shop where he had been greeted for business, and the white-haired old man was anxiously awaiting his return. Seeing Han Li actually fulfilling his promise and reappearing, the shopkeeper immediately smiled and asked the burly man to serve tea and fruits alternately, personally accompanying Han Li at the table, addressing him repeatedly as senior. Even someone as thick-skinned as Han Li felt his face heating up. Next, in the presence of the old man, Han Li took out the scorpion shells. This made the old man's expression change, and he immediately picked up a small piece, carefully examining it. This is the shell of a second-tier advanced venomous beast, indeed excellent material for refining tools, especially considering the scarcity of external demonic beasts and even rarer venomous beasts in recent years. The wrinkles on the old man's face relaxed a bit, and he said with a smile, "The materials on the other party's body were indeed as he expected, not the broken copper and rotten iron or some miscellaneous items, but the rare shells of venomous beasts. These were excellent materials for making armor or shield-type magical tools. As he estimated, these shells could withstand the impact of a top-tier magical tool before being refined. If successful, they would easily become top-tier magical tools." The old man became happier the more he looked at them, and he was about to leave with the shells. But Han Li stopped him. "Shopkeeper, don't be hasty. There are still some materials that haven't been taken out yet." Han Li, seeing the impatience of the old man, couldn't help but furrow his brows, suspecting whether he had found the wrong alchemist. "There's more." The old man was first startled, but then he became even more delighted, unable to close his mouth for a while. Although he didn't know what materials Han Li would bring out next, it's common sense that the best things are usually kept for last. He couldn't help but look at Han Li with even more anticipation. Although Han Li was somewhat skeptical of the shopkeeper's refining methods, he couldn't find a more trustworthy refiner for the time being. He hesitated for a moment, and then placed the materials of the ink dragon on the table one by one. However, he had already made up his mind. If the old man couldn't even recognize the original body of these materials, then it would mean that his insight and skills were seriously flawed. At most, he would just let him refine the shell of the ink dragon. As for the good things on the ink dragon, he would find another more skilled refiner. Since Han Li had made up his mind, he paid even more attention to the old man's expression and actions. As a result, when the old man was about to take a sip of tea and saw the pile of materials Han Li brought out, he sprayed all the tea in his mouth onto the ground. "This is the skin of a dragon, as well as its sharp horns, fangs, and even its eyeballs. My goodness, could it be that the predecessor single-handedly slaughtered an evil dragon? The white-haired shopkeeper was shocked and lost his composure, staring at the things in front of him with an incredulous look, murmuring to himself. No wonder the old man was so surprised. Not to mention that dragons, such mythical creatures, had long disappeared from the nearby cultivation world. Even if they existed, such an apparently second-stage evolved evil dragon would be comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Apart from nascent soul cultivators, how could ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators be its match? And if many cultivators were to join forces, wouldn't it be too complete for the materials in front of the other party? It's almost like dismembering a whole dragon and bringing it over directly. Did he swallow it all alone, without leaving any for other cultivators? Or does this person have some extraordinary means to deal with this dragon alone? The old man was excitedly touching and examining these materials while muttering to himself. At this moment, Han Li began to feel towards him. The shopkeeper recognized these things at a glance, which was somewhat unexpected for Han Li. He thought that even if the other party could recognize these things, it would probably take a lot of effort. Now that they were identified so easily, Han Li gained some confidence in him. Senior Su, you recognize them so quickly. I feel much relieved. Please, Senior Su, go ahead and refine them. After some thoughts, Han Li said politely, all right. Senior, please rest assured. When I was learning the art, I once refined these dragon materials with my father, and I'm absolutely confident. The old man nodded repeatedly and still held a ink dragon's claw in his hand, reluctant to put it down. Seeing this scene, Han Li couldn't help but smile. But he also understood that this old man was probably one of those obsessed with refining. Otherwise, no matter how good the materials were, he wouldn't react like this. But this made Han Li feel more at ease. It indicated that this person's refining skills should be good. So, with these materials, the old man led Han Li into the backyard. Half a month later, Han Li finally walked out of the shop's door, looking back with a smile before slowly leaving. As soon as he left the restricted flying area of the market, Han Li raised his hand, and a delicate white boat emerged from his sleeve, floating a few feet in front of him, gently swaying. Han Li looked at it affectionately and then flicked his finger. A cyan spell hit the boat, causing it to gradually enlarge until it became a real wooden boat that could accommodate several people. Seeing this scene, Han Li's face showed a hint of smile. Han Li injected spiritual power into the boat, and it emitted a bright light, turning into a white rainbow and shooting out. Its speed was enough to make ordinary cultivators astonished. Han Li sat at the front of the boat, closing his eyes and feeling the unprecedented speed. He estimated that even with this half-speed flight of the divine wind boat, it would take at most a little over an hour to return to his cave dwelling. Then, he planned to set up the 5 elements reversal array with greatly reduced power, so he could practice safely without any worries. While Han Li was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed a powerful spiritual power rushing towards his divine wind boat from below. Although he didn't know what it was, based on the immense spiritual power he felt, if it hit the boat, it would surely result in the boat's destruction and his demise. Startled and angered, Han Li opened his eyes abruptly. Then, the boat under him suddenly doubled its speed, instantly darting to another place dozens of meters away. At the same time, a huge yellow beam of light shot out from the woods, passing directly through the place where Han Li had been, flying far away. This made Han Li's face darken. Could it be that someone knew I was passing through here and set up an ambush in advance? Han Li couldn't help but think so in shock and anger. Then, he immediately took out two green and red spherical objects from his body and gently touched them together. With a muffled sound of bang, a thick green and red smoke billowed out from the two spheres, quickly enveloping Han Li and expanding nonstop. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge cloud of green and red, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, completely concealing Han Li's figure in the mist. With this green and red cloud protecting him, Han Li felt a little relieved and looked down at the ground calmly. After seeing the situation on the ground clearly, Han Li's mouth opened wide, unable to close it for a long time. Because there were people fighting on the ground. 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, as the disadvantaged party, were confronting nearly 100 enemies surrounding them. These opponents, each expressionless and lifeless, were all puppets resembling tigers, leopards, and other mechanical beasts. Among them were also some puppet-like human figures similar to the puppet archers in Han Li's hands. Despite appearing slow in movement and seemingly easy to deal with, every time a puppet was knocked down or destroyed by the cultivator's magical tools, several new puppets emerged from the nearby woods to replenish their numbers, keeping the siege constant. And these puppets' attacks were extremely fierce. Whenever those mechanical beasts opened their mouths occasionally, they would spew out huge beams of light as thick as bowls, similar to the one that almost hit Han Li, except their beams had various colors representing different attributes. It seemed that Han Li was mistakenly injured by them. As for those puppet-like human figures, they were even more formidable. Like the puppet archers in Han Li's hands, they shot out colorful light arrows as thick as fingers from the longbows in their hands. Although their power was not as great as the beams from the mechanical beasts, they were endless and never stopped. If it weren't for the cultivators constantly supporting a huge shield, they would have died under the relentless bombardment of the beams and light arrows long ago. But what troubled them the most were the puppets wielding knives and spears for close combat. These puppets not only wore heavy armor, but also held swords and spears that emitted dazzling light, each of which was a genuine low-grade magical tool. Although there were only a dozen of them, after surrounding the shield, they kept slashing and stabbing, causing the shield to shake and flicker, almost on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for 2 cultivators constantly replenishing the shield with their spiritual power, it would have been broken countless times. The cultivators were at a loss, unable to deal with these puppets. After all, they were several foundation establishment cultivators, with abundant spiritual power and powerful magical tools. In just a short while, they had already severely damaged 30 to 40 puppets with their attacks. However, no matter how powerful their magical tools were, there seemed to be an endless supply of puppets from the forest, maintaining a constant siege. This made the cultivators feel increasingly cold-hearted as they fought. While Han Li hid in the green and red cloud in midair, he was also dumbfounded. It seemed that no one had discovered his presence at this moment. It appeared that the beam of light was just a misjudgment. Finally, one of the cultivators couldn't bear it any longer. He suddenly added several layers of protective spells to his body and wielded a flag-shaped defensive magical tool, directly leaving the large shield and flying outward, apparently trying to escape from this place. Seeing this, the other cultivators couldn't help but curse loudly. But as soon as their curses came out, a beam of light with a diameter of 10 feet suddenly shot out from the woods and directly hit the cultivator in midair. The cultivator didn't even have a chance to grunt before he turned into a fireball and fell to the ground, his life and death unknown. The several cultivators who were originally extremely angry at their companion's sudden departure had completely lost their previous cursing vigor. After exchanging a few glances, they could see a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Although they were in a very unfavorable situation just now, apart from some annoyance in their hearts, they didn't really worry much. They all thought that even if they couldn't defeat these mechanical puppets, it would be easy to escape from the air. But now, the fate of the escaping cultivator immediately woke them up from their dreams. With so many protective spells on his body, as well as a defensive magical tool in hand, he couldn't even withstand the light beam in the slightest. How could they not be shocked and frightened? Moreover, the more advanced cultivators like them were, the more afraid of death they were. After finally being able to live longer than ordinary people, and possibly even longer, how could they easily give up their lives? However, that thick and terrifying light beam was indeed too powerful. If it hadn't been aimed at the escaping cultivator, and instead targeted their protective shield like this, the few of them wouldn't have been confident in facing it. The more these cultivators thought about it, the more flustered they became. They couldn't help but retreat. However, even if they wanted to retreat now, the other party wouldn't easily let them go when they had the upper hand. This put them in a dilemma. Meanwhile, high above their heads, Han Li, hidden in the cloud, was also shocked by the power of the super light beam. He became even more hesitant to reveal himself. But leaving like this was not something he was willing to do. So, relying on the extraordinary speed of the divine wind boat that he had just acquired, even if he was discovered, he could still escape. Han Li continued to observe everything from above. However, the green and red cloud formed by Han Li's magical tool lingering above the cultivators and puppets was quite conspicuous. Fortunately, when Han Li flew with his artifact, he raised the flying height of the boat extremely high, with a distance of over 100 feet from the ground. Therefore, Han Li had not been discovered by the surrounded cultivators or the person controlling the puppets in the forest. However, Han Li also knew that this situation was not sustainable. But if he put away the cloud now, he would be even more exposed in the air. Moreover, the top-grade magical tool King Huazhang, refined by the two flood dragon eyes, not only concealed his figure, making it impossible for others to pinpoint his exact location, but also contained residual ink dragon essence, which could cause dizziness and gradual poisoning to those who inadvertently came into contact with the mist. With such a self-defense and ambush tool, how could Han Li easily give it up? So, in a moment of urgency, Han Li suddenly saw a gray low cloud floating not far from him above. He was overjoyed and immediately approached it slowly. Finally, he gently merged himself and the protective cloud into it. Now, Han Li's tracks were completely hidden. With no worries, he could continue to observe the ground battle calmly. Obviously, the super light beam just now severely shook the confidence of these Foundation establishment cultivators. So, although they still displayed various magical tools and seemed to fight vigorously, in Han Li's eyes, their power was far less fierce than before. This clearly showed that each of them was harboring doubts and no longer willing to cooperate fully. While Han Li was shaking his head secretly, a more senior cultivator inside the shield seemed to realize the problem and suddenly shouted loudly towards the forest. "Do you really want to kill us all? We are disciples from several sects of the Yuanwu kingdom. Killing us is equivalent to offending the entire cultivation world of the Yuanwu kingdom. Aren't you afraid of inviting disaster upon yourself?" Heh heh, inviting disaster upon myself. If you had said that before I killed the cultivator who tried to escape, I might have considered it. But since someone has already died, it's the same whether I offend one or all of you. It's better to kill you all, and maybe no one will know about it. We have no ill intentions. As long as you're willing to stop, we swear to keep this matter secret. Another younger cultivator, obviously younger, hurriedly swore. HMPH, swearing. I don't believe in such things. You have been following me stealthily for so long, yet you say you have no ill intentions. Do you still want to invite me for a meal? Besides, I am not from your Yuanwu kingdom. Even if I offend the cultivation world of your country, so what? Do you want to go back to the headquarters of the Kaienju sect with me to seek justice? If that's the case, I really admire the courage of your sect elders. A very harsh voice came from the forest, making Han Li feel very familiar. Is it him? Han Li was somewhat surprised to think secretly. The voice was correct. Undoubtedly the burly man who bought the puppet mechanical beasts at the auction. From their conversation, it was clear that these people had secretly followed this person after the auction, intending to use some shady methods to uncover the secret of the puppet beasts. However, the Kaienju sect guy had already noticed and set up a trap, trapping them here. Fight with this person, he clearly intends to kill us all. The cultivator who spoke at the beginning was not stupid. He immediately encouraged the other cultivators to fight to the death against this person. Fight with me? Do you have the qualifications to fight to the death with me? Even my puppet minions can't defeat you, so what's the point of fighting to the death? I'm tired of playing with you guys, so it's better to send you on your way now." The burly man's voice was still so harsh, but the killing intent in his words was unmistakable. As soon as his voice fell, a sudden loud noise came from the forest, followed by heavy footsteps boom-boom that gradually approached from the forest edge, making the cultivators inside the shield and Han Li in the air all look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Although the footsteps were heavy, they were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they came to the edge of the forest, and everyone saw clearly. A giant puppet tiger, about 5 or 6 feet tall, squeezed out from the edge of the forest. The burly man with a cloak was sitting on the giant tiger's head. Seeing this puppet tiger, so huge, several cultivators couldn't help but think of the huge light beam they had just seen. It seemed that this beast had sprayed it out. After the burly man appeared, he didn't waste any words and directly slapped the tiger's head. Instantly, the puppet tiger beneath him slowly opened its jaws, and white dots of light began to condense in its enormous mouth. The other puppets that were attacking the shield immediately stopped and uniformly retreated a few steps. These cultivators naturally knew that things were not going well. Almost simultaneously, they stretched out their hands and pressed against the shield. This was their only barrier to survival. As for flying away from the shield, everyone had that thought, but the cautionary tale was right here, and no one dared to act recklessly. The huge white beam reappeared. This time, with the combined effort of several cultivators, the super light beam was forcibly resisted by the shield, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Although Han Li was high in the air, with his exceptional vision, he could clearly see that the faces of these cultivators did not show smiles of success due to their successful resistance. Instead, they all turned pale as they lost a considerable amount of spiritual power to the shield. However, Han Li believed that such a powerful attack could not last long and would soon pass. These cultivators inside the shield also understood this principle, so they gritted their teeth and persevered. Sure enough, the beam only lasted for a moment before gradually thinning out and disappearing from the tiger's mouth. The surviving cultivators finally showed joy, retracting their hands from the shield and breathing a sigh of relief. However, seeing this, the burly man sneered. Suddenly, he opened a hidden door on the tiger's forehead. Then, with a flick of his hand, he threw in an intermediate-grade fire attribute spirit stone. Then, the white light, which had originally dimmed in the tiger's mouth, lit up again, completely shocking the cultivators who witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Han Li was dumbfounded by the burly man's extravagant act of using an intermediate-grade spirit stone to power a full-force attack by the puppet tiger. Han Li had no words. This was not a fight. It was clearly using heaps of spirit stones to smash these cultivators. It seemed that the Kainju sect from a distant country was indeed very wealthy, with plenty of spirit stones. As Han Li was lost in thought, the cultivators who had previously cooperated wholeheartedly finally scattered under the immense threat. Because they had very little spiritual power left, persisting further would only result in dying sooner rather than later. So, it was better to rely on their own luck and flee separately. The other two cultivators flew far away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The burly man remained motionless atop the giant tiger, watching their departure coldly, showing no intention of pursuit. Han Li, hiding in the clouds, felt something was amiss. Judging by the ruthless and cold demeanor of this man just now, he shouldn't let them go so easily. Could there be another trick up his sleeve? Just as Han Li was guessing randomly, a cold voice suddenly came from below. "Sir, after watching the show for so long, isn't it time to take action, now that the opportunity is ripe?" Han Li was greatly surprised upon hearing this. Could it be that even hiding at such a high altitude, this person still discovered me? At this thought, Han Li couldn't help but swallow nervously, his heart immediately on edge. Having witnessed the power of these puppet beasts, Han Li had no intention of becoming a target for the giant tiger's attacks like those other cultivators in the air. The speed of the super light beam was too fast, and its power too astonishing. Based on his own estimation, facing it head-on, he wouldn't be able to safely avoid the attack of the huge light beam without continuously evading it with all his strength using the divine wind skiff. After a brief consideration, Han Li couldn't help but think about fleeing far away in the air to avoid inviting disaster upon himself. But when he glanced at the burly man's movements again, this thought immediately vanished. Because the puppets around the burly man had turned their weapons not towards the high altitude where he was, but diagonally towards a small mound not far away. This surprised Han Li so much that he almost bit his tongue. There was actually a third person here, and he hadn't noticed at all. A rustling sound, and sure enough, a person emerged from the small mound. It was the strange man with a gray cloth bag on his head who had confronted the burly man. "It's really you. Who are you exactly? It seems you know something about the secret of these puppet beasts." The burly man's gaze was icy, glaring fiercely at the strange man. "Huang Long, after so many years, your temper is still so fiery." After a moment of silence, the strange man suddenly spoke, surprising both the burly man and Han Li, who was eavesdropping. "How do you know who I am? Who are you to Huang Mu?" The burly man, hearing the other call out his name, couldn't help but show a surprised expression, looking utterly astonished. But since his identity had been exposed, there was no point in hiding it anymore. He simply tore off the cloak on his head and threw it to the ground, revealing a fierce-looking, short-haired face. "Why are you, as the former protector of the Kaienju sect, coming all the way here? Is it because of the Semida Yan technique hidden in the puppet beasts?" The strange man paid no attention to the burly man's actions, calmly saying, "Hello, Protector Huang. You came all this way just to play tricks on me." After being taken aback, the burly man immediately became furious. Then, with a fierce expression on his face, he waved his hand, and the puppet soldiers around him immediately took a step forward, surrounding the strange man from a distance. Seeing that protector Huang still remembers the old days, I am very pleased. Suddenly, the strange man's eyes softened. Then he pulled off the cloth bag on his head, revealing his true face. Elder Lin. Elder Lin. Both the burly man and Han Li, who had been watching the situation, exclaimed almost simultaneously. However, the burly man said it out loud, while Han Li exclaimed inwardly. This strange man turned out to be Elder Lin, the old man Han Li had seen when he entered the Yellow Maple Valley, the one who loved carving and had left a deep impression on Han Li because of the lifelike little monkey he had carved. That's how Han Li recognized him at a glance. It's really Elder Lin. How did Elder Lin become so old, and isn't he already? Even though he shouted out loud, the burly man couldn't believe it and looked closely for a moment before ecstatically grabbing the hands of Elder Lin, his face filled with extreme excitement. He, Protector Huang, I only faked my death back then, and the one who died was. What are you doing? Elder Lin, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his expression, looking shocked and angry as he forcefully shook off the burly man's hands. However, 2 deep blood holes the size of chopsticks appeared on his wrist, and dark blood was flowing out continuously, obviously carrying a strange poison. Has Elder Lin's mind not deteriorated during these years of fleeing? How could he still be so careless as to let me injure his wrist? Tusk. That was the black silk goo I painstakingly obtained from the goo poison sect. It's probably not easy to get rid of. It's all Elder Lin's fault. Since you faked your death, you should have hidden and lived a low-profile life. Why bother to contact your old subordinates and try to steal the lower part of the Dayan technique? This has upset the current Master Jin, forcing me to come and clean up the mess. Huang Long sneered a few times, sarcastically saying, Good. What a wonderfully enthusiastic elder brother you are to me. Under his anger, Elder Lin immediately calmed down. He quickly activated his cultivation technique, forcing some poisonous blood out, then took out a green jade bottle and poured all the yellow powder inside into his mouth. Then, with a cold look in his eyes, he said, I guess the information my good subordinate passed on to me was all fake. There is no lower part of the Dayan technique hidden among the puppet beasts. All of this is just a trap set to lure me out. But what surprises me is, how could the people from the secret shop cooperate with you so well? Money can move people's hearts. This worldly saying is just as applicable in the cultivation world. As long as our sect pays enough benefits, there's nothing we can't accomplish, Huang Long said with a sneer. Then he turned his head and shouted towards the nearby woods. Come out, everyone, and let's see the eldest son of the former lord of the Kaienju sect, Elder Brother Lin. He, little sister has long heard of Elder Brother Lin's name, but unfortunately, she joined the sect late and is ashamed to meet him. HMPH, what Elder Brother Lin? Now he's just a stray dog. A sweet voice of a woman and the resentful voice of a man came from the woods. Then, the 2 of them walked out side by side. Let me introduce you. These 2 are the newly appointed protectors of the sect. They are. Huang Long was about to ridicule the man who had always been above him. But before he could finish his words, Elder Lin, who knew he had fallen into a trap, suddenly turned around, and his figure quickly turned. His hands kept swinging wildly, and a large number of black spots, shimmering with various colors, shot out from his body and fell around him. Then countless lights immediately flashed on the ground, and then one after another fully armed puppet soldiers appeared around him, numbering as many as 200, a spectacular sight. Be careful, this person's Dayan technique has actually reached the 3rd level, able to control so many puppets. Everyone must entangle him, don't let him escape. As long as the poison in his body flares up, even if he has the power to reach the sky, he can only surrender. Huang Long finished speaking and directed his puppet underlings to attack. And the 2 men and women, after exchanging a glance, also released more than 200 puppet beasts, all attacking together. Suddenly, a unique puppet battle began. Various colored light arrows and beams shot back and forth continuously, while in the front, there were also large numbers of puppet soldiers wielding weapons, engaging in close combat. Han Li, who had been watching from above, was amazed. Although he hadn't completely figured out what was happening, he had a vague understanding of the situation. Elder Lin, who had been a member of the Kaienju sect before joining the Yellow Maple Valley, and was even the son of the former sect leader. But obviously, he had lost his power by now, so he had been hiding in the Yellow Maple Valley until now. But now, because he still wanted to plot something related to the Dayan technique, he was cut off by the new sect leader, who sent his former disciples to eradicate him. Having figured out the relationships, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Then, seeing the lively scene below, knowing that it was not a big battle where a beginner like him could intervene, it was better to leave early to avoid accidentally getting involved. Having understood the pros and cons, Han Li immediately collected the Qinghuo Zhuang, then activated the divine wind skiff under his feet with all his strength, turning it into a long white rainbow that broke through the sky. Han Li's movements were too big this time, and naturally, they didn't escape the notice of the 4 people who were fighting fiercely below. They were all surprised, slowing down their fighting. Han Li, flying at full speed, returned to his cave mansion in no time. Without a word, he first found the jade slip given to him by Qi Yunxiao, then immersed his consciousness in it and carefully read the instructions for the formation and artifacts. Han Li planned to set aside other matters for now and focus on setting up the protective formation of the cave mansion. After all, the location of the recent fights was too close to his place, leaving him feeling uneasy. The arrangement of the reversed 5 elements formation was very simple and straightforward. By accurately placing the formation flags and plates and burying them underground, arranging several spirit stones as required to form a small-scale formation, and embedding them at the formation's eyes, enough spiritual power would be provided to activate the entire large formation. The large formation could then be immediately activated, And as long as the owner of the formation had some basic knowledge of manipulation, they could use the main formation flag in their hand to operate the formation, trapping and bewildering enemies. Hanley placed the artifacts as required, inserted and buried them deeply, and then gritted his teeth to embed several middle-grade spirit stones. This amounted to half of all his spirit stones, making him ache for a long time. But in order to ensure the power of the large formation was not diminished, he had no choice but to endure the pain. Although if he were to take some matured spirit medicines, Han Li should be able to easily exchange for a large number of spirit stones in the market. However, doing so would increase the risk of others discovering his secret and being captured and interrogated. If he wasn't careful, he might end up in the same situation as what he witnessed today, being besieged. After testing the operation of the large formation, it seemed to work very well. However, the specific defensive power against enemies would only be verified when they invaded. But just by covering dozens of acres around the cave mansion, without showing any signs from the outside, Hanley felt it was worth it. Feeling relieved, Han Li returned to his bedroom and began to consider his cultivation. To have a chance of advancing to the core formation stage, one needed excellent cultivation techniques, exceptional aptitude, and great opportunities, among many other conditions, to even have a glimmer of hope. Compared to that, the difficulty of foundation establishment was insignificant. After all, as long as one had good enough aptitude and 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills, the chance of success was still high. However, for core formation, even with all the conditions mentioned earlier, the number of cultivators who could successfully advance was very few. So, whenever a core formation cultivator appeared, it was almost a cause for celebration and widely spread throughout the local cultivation world. The reason why Concealed Moon Sect could become the #1 sect in UA country was not only because they had over 1,000 foundation establishment disciples, far surpassing other sects, but also because they had far more core formation cultivators than other sects, with over a dozen, which was enough to dominate the other 6 sects. Hanley knew that his aptitude was extremely poor, definitely inferior to other foundation establishment disciples. He only obtained a rather mediocre cultivation technique, the Azure Yuan sword art, which was absolutely unsuitable for cultivation. As for opportunities, they were elusive and beyond human control, so he didn't bother considering them. Therefore, at present, everything seemed unfavorable to him. However, after some analysis, Hanley believed that although his aptitude was extremely poor, he could compensate for it by using the mysterious little bottle that could ripen spirit medicines to refine pills. As for opportunities, they were beyond his control. Therefore, the only way he could increase his chances of reaching core formation was to find a superior cultivation technique suitable for himself. With the idea of finding a cultivation technique in mind, the first person Hanley thought of was his master, Li Hueyuan. Since the other party had accepted him as a registered disciple, shouldn't it be time for him to impart some techniques? After all, The other party had already successfully reached core formation, so perhaps he could give some guidance on choosing techniques. Thinking of this, Han Li decided to return to Huangfeng Valley early tomorrow morning to inquire about his master's whereabouts and seek guidance. Most likely, the other person still didn't know about his success in Foundation establishment. Speaking of which, it was really ridiculous. Since Li Hueyuan accepted him as a disciple, he had never summoned him again. Over the years, it was as if he didn't exist at all, which made Han Li feel very uncomfortable. Of course, under such circumstances, Han Li wouldn't actively seek him out, lest he appear too clueless. But now that he had successfully established Foundation, he really needed to find this master. As his disciple, he was still in the dark and had to ask others for information, which was extremely embarrassing. After a moment of self-mockery, Han Li sighed and slowly fell asleep on the stone bed. He didn't know how long he had slept, but a sudden and violent tremor awakened Han Li abruptly from his sleep. Still in a daze, he hadn't figured out what was happening yet, almost thinking that the shaking was just his imagination. But another violent tremor followed, dispelling Han Li's last trace of drowsiness. Besides the ground shaking, there was also the sound of explosions outside the cave mansion, indicating that someone had triggered his prohibition and was forcibly attacking his large formation. Han Li was both shocked and angry. With several quick steps, he ran out of the bedroom and rushed towards the outside of the cave mansion. Outside the cave mansion, dense light arrows and columns attacked, and the sky was covered with mechanical puppets. Han Li was almost bitten his tongue in shock. What's going on? He had deliberately refrained from getting involved yesterday to avoid trouble. But now that he was back home, why were they coming to him? And judging by their aggressive manner, it didn't seem like they were here to resolve any misunderstandings. Could it be that he was followed and tampered with when he left yesterday? In the midst of his crisis, Han Li's mind became much clearer, and various strategies emerged in his mind. Listen up inside. Just hand over the person who escaped here, and we won't bother the owner of this place again. Why offend us from the 1,000 bamboo sect and shield others from disasters? A man's voice, presumably the yellow dragon, echoed from above. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but look over. In the place with the most puppets in the air, there was a huge green bamboo raft floating. On it stood 6 or 7 people dressed differently, with the yellow dragon at the forefront. Behind him were several people, including the man and woman Han Li had seen before, as well as 4 identical thin men, rare quadruplets. It seemed that reinforcements from the 1,000 bamboo sect had arrived. Seeing their fierce attack, which was completely nullified by the reversed 5 elements formation, Han Li was astonished and nearly bit his tongue. What's going on? Why did they come to his doorsteps despite his efforts to avoid trouble? And judging by their aggressive attack, it didn't seem like there was any misunderstanding. Could it be that he was followed and tampered with when he left yesterday? In the moment of crisis, Han Li's mind unexpectedly cleared, and various strategies flooded his mind in an instant. Listen up in there. It's better to hand over the person who fled here. As long as you give them to us, we won't bother the master of this place anymore. Why provoke the people of our 1,000 bamboo sect? Why take the trouble for others? A man's persuasive voice echoed from the sky, unmistakably the voice of the yellow dragon. Hanley looked in the direction of the voice and saw a giant emerald bamboo raft suspended in the air where most of the puppets were. On it stood 6 or 7 people dressed in various clothes, with the yellow dragon speaking at the forefront. Behind him were several others, including the man and woman Hanley had seen before, as well as 4 identically thin men, rare quadruplets in the world. It seemed that reinforcements from the 1,000 bamboo sect had arrived. Upon hearing the demand to hand over someone, Hanley was stunned. With a heart full of doubt, he looked towards the array where a person lay face down near the entrance, motionless and presumably lifeless. Seeing this person, Hanley's doubts were dispelled, but his heart sank even more. Why did this Senior Lin have to barge into his cave out of all places, causing him such trouble now? However, seeing the immense power of the broken array that managed to block such a violent attack, Hanley felt somewhat relieved and no longer as panicked as before. Hanley's brow furrowed slightly as he approached Senior Lin, flag in hand, and adjusted the formation. With a firm grip, Hanley turned Senior Lin's body around and examined his face closely, his expression turning grim. There was little to say to a dead man. Senior Lin's face was dark, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, indicating that he had long since perished. Hanley sighed, hesitated momentarily, then reached into Senior Lin's garments, hopping to find the pouch containing the puppets. Hanley was quite intrigued by this strategy of overwhelming the enemy. However, as soon as Hanley lifted a corner of Senior Lin's clothes, a faint green light suddenly shot out from his chest, hurtling towards Hanley's face like a meteor, eliciting a startled "oh no" and causing him to fall backwards. But just as the light sphere was about to touch Hanley's face, his right hand suddenly flashed with a burst of white light and swiftly reached back, grabbing the green light sphere tightly. The captured sphere squealed in pain. "Junior brother, spare me. I too have been coerced by enemies, forced into this situation. As long as Junior brother spares me, Senior Lin promises to bestow upon Junior brother a tremendous reward." Suddenly, Senior Lin's pleading voice echoed in Hanley's mind, promising generous compensation. "Were you trying to possess me just now?" Hanley's expression darkened, his voice heavy. "Well, indeed, but it was just a momentary lapse in judgment on my part. I will definitely compensate Junior brother for any distress caused. I hope Junior brother will be magnanimous and not treat me as my predecessor did." Senior Lin's voice sounded embarrassed as he repeatedly apologized. After hearing the other party's words, Hanley remained silent. He continued to tightly grasp the opponent's soul with his hand emitting white light, pondering quietly. After a while, Hanley raised his head and coldly said, "If I had been caught off guard by your soul intrusion just now, I wonder if you would spare me. Your power far exceeds mine as a mere foundation establishment disciple. Most likely, I would end up being devoured by you." The malice in Han Li's words was evident. "I can tell you a secret and offer you unparalleled techniques." Senior Lin, filled with dread, hurriedly transmitted his voice. "A secret techniques? Is it the great derivation decision of your 1,000 bamboo sect?" Han Li's casual remark immediately caused the green light on the soul to flicker, and a stuttering voice came from it. "How did you know about this? You were the one spying yesterday." At this moment, Senior Lin finally realized. "All right, since you know that I'm not entirely ignorant of your affairs, just tell me everything honestly. You wouldn't want me to destroy your soul immediately, would you?" Although Han Li's tone was light, it made Senior Lin's soul tremble in his hand. "What else can I say? Junior brother heard everything yesterday, didn't you?" Senior Lin sighed and said with a touch of embarrassment. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the disciples of the 1,000 bamboo sect, seeing that there was no response from inside the formation even after the conversation, became infuriated and launched a new round of attacks with their puppets. The scene outside became lively again, but inside the formation, it remained calm except for some faint noises and vibrations. "Junior brother, what kind of formation is this? It can withstand such a fierce attack, truly unbelievable." Seeing this scene, Senior Lin feigned surprise and said, "HMPH, don't worry about my formation, and don't interrupt. I have no interest in your internal conflicts within the 1,000 bamboo sect. What I want to know is whether you know anything about the great derivation decision, what kind of abilities it grants when cultivated, and if you're deliberately trying to stall for time, I'll destroy you immediately." Hanley frowned and said coldly. Then the white light in his hand suddenly surged, and with a forceful grip, Senior Lin's soul let out a miserable cry, unable to even call out. This great derivation decision is a secret technique created by the founder of our sect. It specializes in strengthening the divine sense and practicing the art of dividing the soul. It is also a mandatory technique for using puppets in our sect. Only by practicing this technique can one attach divine sense to numerous puppets and manipulate them freely. Otherwise, no matter how many puppets we refine, if we cannot control them simultaneously, what use are they? Feeling Han Li's ruthlessness, Senior Lin no longer dared to procrastinate and hurriedly explained. Since it is a fundamental technique of the 1,000 bamboo sect, why do you need to plot for it again? Moreover, there seems to be talk of an incomplete version. What's the matter with that? Han Li continued to inquire calmly. There's nothing to hide about this. Although the great derivation decision is a basic technique of our sect, it is also the foundation of our sect and cannot be easily taught to all sect members. So the great derivation decision currently practiced by the disciples of the 1,000 bamboo sect is only a simplified version of the original. Although it's easy to practice, when fully cultivated, it is far less powerful than the first layer of the complete great derivation decision. Only the higher-ups of the sect can cultivate the complete version. Those outside have cultivated the first two layers of the complete great derivation decision, which allows them to control nearly 100 mechanical puppets at once. And I have cultivated the third layer, allowing me to control over 300, surpassing them. But the great derivation decision beyond the third layer has always been exclusive to the sect leader and the heir to the sect leader. Back then, when a rebellion occurred in the 1,000 Bamboo sect, my father was ambushed by the current sect leader, Jin Nanshan, and even the complete great derivation decision was taken by him. At that time, as the deputy sect leader, I was handling sect affairs outside, and upon learning of this news, I could only fake my death and flee to the country of Yue, unable to confront him. Although I didn't have the complete great derivation decision, as the son of the sect leader, I was privy to the first 4 layers of the technique and compiled them into a volume. I originally planned to spend the rest of my life here, but unexpectedly, the great derivation decision was about to break through the third layer recently, arousing my desire for revenge. I foolishly contacted some loyal subordinates from back then, hoping they could steal the secrets of the last 3 layers, but I didn't expect to end up like this. I don't know if they were caught trying to steal or if they simply betrayed me. Senior Lin recounted his story in detail this time, his voice filled with anger and resentment at the end. Han Li coldly watched Senior Lin vent his dissatisfaction, making no move. Only after the other calmed down slightly did he continue to inquire without courtesy. "What's the secret you mentioned?" "Well, I hope to." "Oh no, stop, I'll tell you now." Senior Lin's soul hesitated for a moment, seeming to want to make a condition. But Han Li didn't give him a chance to speak. He immediately gave him another bitter taste, almost crushing Senior Lin's soul. This made Senior Lin immediately change his tone out of fear. "Don't offer me a toast just to drink a forfeit. It's better if you don't mention any conditions until I've heard everything I want to know. Otherwise, I'll crush you immediately." Han Li's voice was icy. For a moment, Senior Lin was completely shocked by Han Li's ruthless methods, and in fear, he hurriedly said, "In fact, this secret is related to the great derivation decision. It has long been circulating among the high-ranking members of the 1,000 Bamboo sect. However, no one knows if it's true or false. But when my father was still alive, he secretly told me that there was a 50 to 60% chance that this secret was true. Isn't it time for the 1,000 Bamboo sect's high-level members to secretly spread such a rumor? Anyone who cultivates the great derivation decision to a high level will find it much easier to form their nascent soul, and they will be more likely to break through bottlenecks in cultivation. Because the past sect leaders and heirs who could balance both aspects and form their nascent soul are not rare occurrences. Since those who can become sect leaders are undoubtedly peerless geniuses in cultivation, it's not surprising that they can balance both. Therefore, the credibility of the great derivation decision in increasing the probability of forming nascent soul is even lower. And now you don't even have the complete version of the great derivation decision in your hands. You want to team up with me and someone from another sect to confront him. Isn't that seeking death? Moreover, Even if I spare you, who can guarantee that you won't? Hold a grudge and act against me in secret. You have so many reasons. How could I spare you? Han Li looked at his right hand, which had just ended the life of a Foundation establishment cultivator, and muttered under his breath. This was the second nascent soul cultivator that Han Li had annihilated. Most cultivators wouldn't resort to releasing their nascent soul during a fight to save their lives. Releasing the nascent soul requires a certain amount of time, during which the cultivator can't move freely. In most battles among cultivators, who would give you the time to release your nascent soul and escape? They would have killed you dozens of times while your nascent soul attempted to escape. Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage could instantly release their nascent soul using their nascent infant. Just like the unfortunate Senior Lin, who had the same fate as young Master Yu back then. He had originally intended to pass through above Han Li's cave, directly returning to Yellow Maple Valley for treatment and reinforcement, but he had accidentally stumbled into Han Li's grand formation. Trapped by the illusions and transformations within the formation, he could only watch helplessly as he was poisoned to death, forced to release his nascent soul. This also led to Senior Lin harboring deep resentment towards the owner of the grand formation. Combined with his need for a physical body to be reborn, he immediately attempted to seize control of Han Li's body upon seeing him, regardless of the consequences. But he never expected Han Li to act so swiftly. Even in such an unexpected situation, Han Li managed to restrain his nascent soul, leading to its complete dissipation. Now that the person was dead, Han Li naturally didn't waste any thoughts on the deceased. He still had a pile of troubles waiting to be dealt with outside the cave. Although the attacks from the 1,000 Bamboo sect were astonishing, Han Li was relieved to see that the grand formation showed no signs of being breached. And he believed that this group of people wouldn't dare to linger here for too long. Because although this place was on the outskirts of the Teiyu mountain range and relatively remote, it still fell under the influence of Yellow Maple Valley. After causing such a big commotion, Han Li couldn't believe that they had no reservations. It was likely that their failure to breach the grand formation had already put them in a difficult situation. Actually, Han Li had entertained the idea of handing Senior Lin's body over to them to make them leave. But the traces of Senior Lin releasing his nascent soul were too obvious. If they only got the body, they might become even more unwilling to let go. Therefore, it was better to just stay hidden in the grand formation. After all, they hadn't shown any ability to break through the reversal 5 elements formation. Thinking about it, Han Li felt somewhat admiring of himself. He had shown such foresight by setting up the grand formation in advance. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen into their hands without any precautions. However, although the grand formation currently seemed safe, Han Li didn't dare to return to his cave and sleep soundly. Instead, he simply brought out a stone bench from inside and sat down to rest with his eyes closed. Perhaps because they were using puppet attacks, Han Li felt somewhat annoyed by the persistent assault. After more than an hour of relentless bombardment, the grand formation finally showed its first change. The originally calm formation began to flicker with a faint green light, covering the entire sky above the formation. When the attacks of light arrows and pillars hit it, they caused ripples like water. Seeing this scene, the people from the 1,000 Bamboo sect began to get excited. After all, such a change indicated that the formation was not impregnable and could be broken through with more effort. If the formation had remained calm like at the beginning, Huang Long and the others would have had to consider retreating. Just as the people from the 1,000 Bamboo sect were planning to launch a stronger attack, and Han Li's expression changed slightly. A thunderous roar suddenly came from the distant sky. Who dares to be so brazen in the Teiyu mountain range and attack the disciples' cave of my sect? If you're tired of living, I'll send you on your way. This voice shook even Han Li, who was protected by the grand formation, causing his ears to ring and his face to turn pale. Not to mention the few members of the 1,000 Bamboo sect directly facing this voice outside the formation. Their bodies swayed, almost falling off their bamboo rafts. It's a nascent soul stage cultivator. Let's retreat quickly. Although Huang Long looked fierce and ruthless, he was actually the most cunning among them. Therefore, when they heard the powerful voice, they panicked and wanted to flee. But obviously, Huang Long underestimated the flying speed of nascent soul stage cultivators and the unfathomable power of this person. Just as they, in a panic, retrieved their puppets and prepared to escape, thunder roared and lightning flashed in the distance. A white light suddenly rose, followed by a silver light flying from there. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. This terrified them, causing their souls to almost leave their bodies, and they scrambled to escape in different directions. However, the giant silver light, which was more than 10 feet long, didn't give them a chance. It suddenly split into 6 or 7 smaller silver lights and surrounded each of the 1,000 Bamboo sect members who had flown into the air. Senior, spare us, we are. Under the shock of the yellow dragon, it hurried to speak, but the silver light showed no signs of stopping. With a gentle twist towards the center and a few faint thunderous sounds, those attempting to escape turned into ashes, with the yellow dragon not spared either. Then all the silver light gathered together again, revealing a fat man covered in flesh. His eyes were squeezed into thin slits, layers of flesh hanging from his chin, and a waist as thick as a barrel, making him the fattest person Han Li had ever seen. However, despite his appearance, this person turned out to be a Foundation establishment cultivator, using a thunder attribute technique of the spirit root. This greatly surprised Han Li. Nevertheless, this person managed to save Han Li from his predicament and was also a senior of the Yellow Maple Valley. So, as soon as Han Li saw the people from the 1,000 Bamboo sect being wiped out, he immediately opened the formation without hesitation and rushed up with his flying sword. When he arrived in front of the fat man, Han Li stopped and respectfully bowed, saying, "Junior Han Li pays respects to senior uncle." I am grateful for Senior Uncle's timely assistance. May I ask for Senior Uncle's name? Since Han Li took off, the fat man had been scrutinizing him with his narrow eyes. Seeing Han Li's respectful demeanor, a faint smile appeared on the chubby man's face. His first impression of Han Li seemed quite favorable. I am your senior uncle, Lei Wan. You can just call me Senior Uncle Lei. Why would these 1,000 bamboo sect people attack your cave residence without reason? Did you provoke them? With just one sentence, the chubby man grasped the key point of the matter, showing that Senior Uncle Lei was also a shrewd person not easily fooled. Although Han Li's heart trembled, he calmly recounted the situation to Senior Uncle Lei, omitting his visit to the Tianxing sect's market and the incident with Senior Brother Lin's spiritual essence. Senior Uncle Lei remained calm and composed until he heard about Senior Brother Lin's death from poison in the formation. Then his expression changed. So it was that brat from the 1,000 Bamboo sect. I knew bringing him into Yellow Maple Valley would cause trouble. But I didn't expect that even after so many years, he would still be hunted down to his death. That grand elder of the Golden Sect really has a narrow mind. Senior Uncle Lei showed no signs of sorrow or pain, only a slight sigh before continuing. Where is Junior Brother Lin's body? Take me to see it. Understood, Senior. Please follow me. Han Li dared not refuse and promptly led the fat man into his large array. As they walked, Han Li secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't touched anything on Senior Lin's body, like the storage pouches, as he had been too preoccupied with the disciples from the 1,000 Bamboo sect. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Your array is quite extraordinary. It seems those bastards wouldn't have stood a chance against you even if I hadn't intervened. Lei Wan remarked after entering the 5 elements reversal array for a short while, already discerning some intricacies. This is just a set of high-grade array flags I purchased at a high price from the market. How could it escape Senior's discerning eyes? Han Li responded modestly to the fat man's compliment, though inwardly pleased. No, this array must have a remarkable origin. Even if I were to forcefully break through, it would be quite challenging without expending considerable effort. Lei Wan disagreed, shaking his head vigorously. At this point, they arrived at their destination, and Senior Lin's body lay undisturbed. Seeing this, the fat man waved his hand, and the corpse flew onto his large palm. Then, Lei Wanhei proceeded to inspect it without any hesitation. It seems you were telling the truth. He perished due to the poison of the Western Venom sect from the far west. Lei Wan nodded after the inspection, surprising Han Li. However, his spiritual consciousness should have escaped before his body completely deteriorated. Did you happen to see it, Junior Han? Lei Wan casually tossed the corpse onto the ground and asked Han Li in a nonchalant manner. Upon hearing this, Han Li thought to himself, sure enough, he's asking about this matter. But outwardly, he wore a puzzled expression and said, Senior, I didn't see any spiritual consciousness. Could it be that Senior Lin's spiritual consciousness dispersed on its own before he died? Han Li had already made up his mind that if the matter of his spiritual consciousness was brought up, he would firmly deny knowing anything. Otherwise, could he really tell the senior that he inadvertently destroyed his spiritual consciousness when attempting to possess him? Not seen. The fat man looked at Han Li with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, making Han Li's heart pound with anxiety. Well, since you didn't see it, then Senior Lin's spiritual consciousness probably got lost in the array and dissipated on its own. After a moment, the fat man turned away and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he knew very well that his explanation would not be believed by the fat man. But judging from the fat man's indifferent attitude towards Senior Lin's life and death, it seemed that he wouldn't delve deeper into the matter. After all, every cultivator knew that the first thing a spiritual consciousness did after leaving the body was to attempt possession to reincarnate. However, apart from Han Li, there was no other cultivator in the array, so the target of possession could only be Han Li. But since Han Li was fine now, it meant that Senior Lin's attempt at possession had failed, and his spiritual consciousness had been destroyed. As for whether Senior Lin had taken over Han Li's body and was now acting under his guise, this was something that could be easily seen through. Because attempting possession was an extremely damaging act to the spiritual consciousness. Even if possession succeeded, without retreating to recuperate for a couple of months, one would be unable to fully control another's body. Naturally, this flaw would be noticed by the fat man. So both Han Li and Lei Wan knew very well what had happened to Senior Lin's spiritual consciousness. But this fat man, because his first impression of Han Li was not bad, and he couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters, just casually let it go. And Han Li pretended to be oblivious because no matter what the reason, if this matter got out, the accusation of harming fellow disciples would stick with him, which would be greatly disadvantageous. But in doing so, Han Li couldn't help but feel that this Lei Wan was much more agreeable than his own master. Junior, your cave abode is too simple. How can you entertain guests like this? Although we cultivators don't pay much attention to these things, it should still be passable. After dealing with the matter, Lei Wan didn't leave immediately but stood at the entrance of Han Li's cave abode, leisurely evaluating it. Han Li smiled wryly at this. This cave abode had been hastily constructed in just a few days, so how could it be exquisite? However, upon hearing the fat man's comment, Han Li remembered something. So he smiled and respectfully said to Lei Wan, Junior has some matters to consult Senior Lei about. Would Senior Lei be willing to rest in Junior's cave abode for a moment while Junior explains? Additionally, Junior has some good quality medicinal herbs from previous years that I would like Senior Lei to authenticate so I can use them with confidence in alchemy. Medicinal herbs. The fat man's expression remained unchanged when Han Li invited him into the cave abode. But when Han Li mentioned the aged medicinal herbs, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded in agreement. Han Li then led Lei Wan into the spacious hall and said he would retrieve the medicinal herbs, asking him to wait for a moment. He quickly went to his storage room, took out 2 medicinal herbs that were 600 to 700 years old, and returned to the hall. Han Li didn't carry these herbs with him in his storage pouch because he wanted to preserve their potency for a long time. Using artifacts like jade boxes to store spirit medicines was only a temporary means of storage. Over time, their medicinal properties would gradually diminish. Therefore, almost every cultivator's cave abode had a storage room with special barriers to ensure the longevity of spirit medicines. However, Han Li was afraid that Lei Wan's spiritual awareness was extraordinary. So he concealed everything in his storage room and the sealed spirit spring in his eyes, activating the special changes of the forbidden spiritual awareness technique in the 5 elements reversal array in advance. Now, if Lei Wan wanted to peek at something, he would surely be frustrated. As stated clearly on the jade slip, this forbidden variation of spiritual awareness was so simple and easy that it could fully match the power of the genuine artifact, without any reduction in potency. This was the only effect that could rival the power of the genuine large array. After setting up the large array, Han Li had tested the power of this variation. Sure enough, his spiritual awareness could only move within a few feet nearby and couldn't extend any further. And this elder Lei, even though he's at the core formation stage, his spiritual awareness far surpasses mine. It's unlikely he can sense anything beyond the dozens of yards of this hall. That's why he dared to invite him in like this. Otherwise, if he scanned my storage room with his spiritual awareness, or the sealed spirit I spring. I believe this elder Lei Wan probably has some suspicions. But not inviting him in initially would be even worse. It would only raise more suspicions. After all, it's quite unusual for an elder to come to a junior's cave but not be invited in. Even if he initially overlooks it, if he thinks about it later, wouldn't it be worse? Moreover, Han Li does have something to consult this fat elder about, and he intends to build a relationship with him. After all, this elder is a core formation stage cultivator, and having a good relationship with him would be very beneficial in the future. As Han Li silently pondered, he walked into the hall with 2 medicine boxes in hand. Then, in front of Lei Wan, he opened the lids one by one and asked him to appraise them. At that moment, Lei Wan was not pleased. Because indeed, when Han Li went to fetch the herbs, Lei Wan released his spiritual awareness to explore the size and scale of this cave. It wasn't because he had any ill intentions, but rather an instinctive action as a core formation stage cultivator. However, when his spiritual awareness moved more than 10 yards away from him, it felt like it was stuck, unable to expand outward at all. This shocked Lei Wan. He had encountered this situation before. In the caves of several friends he befriended, he experienced the same thing. Clearly, some kind of restriction on spiritual awareness was at work. But those friends were all core formation stage cultivators, so it wasn't strange for such restrictions to appear in their caves. However, this nephew was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, and this cave seemed to have been built recently. It was strange for such restrictions to appear here. Lei Wan didn't link the appearance of this restriction with the grand formation outside the cave. In his view, the grand formation outside the cave already had an impressive defensive effect. If there were additional restrictions on spiritual awareness, wouldn't this formation be comparable to the grand formations of some small sects? How could such a powerful restriction appear outside the cave of a foundation establishment disciple? Lei Wan probably never expected that Han Li's formation was actually a simplified version of the famous reversal of the 5 elements formation. Even if it was only 1/10 as powerful as the original, it was no worse than those so-called sect-protecting grand formations. So when Han Li opened the medicine boxes for him to see, Lei Wan was still lost in thought. His gaze didn't immediately fall into the boxes. He had an indifferent attitude of whether to look or not. But when his gaze finally landed on the 2 600 or 700-year-old herbs, suddenly the lazy expression on his face disappeared. As for restrictions, spiritual awareness, and other things, they were all thrown to the back of his mind. At this moment, Lei Wan's eyes were only on these 2 spiritually captivating herbs. These 2 spiritual herbs were purchased by the disciple with a lot of spirit stones from the outside world. But due to the nephew's lack of experience, he couldn't accurately determine their age. So they have never been used. Now that Elder Lei is here, he can help the nephew appraise them. Thunder Wan didn't bother to listen to what Han Li was saying. After a few casual HMPHS, he carefully held one of the spiritual herbs in his hand and examined it closely. Han Li secretly assessed the other's expression and smiled faintly to himself. It seems he had chosen the right herbs. He had heard before that core formation cultivators covet spiritual herbs even more than foundation establishment cultivators. In this world, ordinary elixirs have long lost their effectiveness for core formation cultivators. Only elixirs refined from herbs that are several hundred years old or certain spirit herbs born from heaven and earth can accelerate their cultivation speed. Therefore, most of the time, core formation cultivators spend their travels searching for extremely rare herbs. That's why Li Hueyuan, back then, immediately tried every means to take Han Li as his disciple when he saw so many spirit herbs from the Forbidden Land. Those spirit herbs from heaven and earth truly made him covetous. Actually, even if it wasn't Li Hueyuan leading the team, but Thunder Wan or other core formation cultivators, they probably wouldn't let Han Li's share of spirit herbs slip by. Most likely, they would employ the same tactics. It's just that Li Hueyuan was a bit stingy and only agreed to take Han Li as a named disciple. However, consuming elixirs is only an auxiliary method to refine one's mana, which can only shorten the time for meditation and absorbing spiritual energy. Diligent cultivation is the true path to turning spiritual energy into one's own mana. Otherwise, even if one consumes a lot of elixirs, if they don't take the time to refine the spiritual energy contained within, it's still useless and won't increase any mana. After all, external spiritual energy and one's own mana are fundamentally different. There have even been cases where people consumed heaven-defying elixirs found in ancient ruins, resulting in an excessive amount of spiritual energy in their bodies, causing them to burst and die. So, casually consuming elixirs far beyond one's own realm is extremely dangerous. Additionally, when encountering bottlenecks, relying on the power of elixirs to break through is a common method used by many cultivators and has proven to be quite effective. Cultivators who can break through bottlenecks without relying on any medicinal power are rare in the entire cultivation world, and none of them are anything less than a once-in-a-century genius. Those with heaven's spirit roots are recognized as the top talents. Even spirit roots who encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation still need to consume elixirs to break through, which is no different from ordinary spirit roots. And this Thunder Wan cultivator has encountered such a bottleneck. Therefore, he actually just returned from searching for materials to refine auxiliary elixirs. However, his luck this time was really not good. Apart from finding 2 herbs that were over 400 years old, he didn't gain anything else, which left him feeling extremely frustrated. This was also the main reason why he immediately decided to kill the people from the Kyanju sect when he saw them. Because if he didn't vent at that moment, his mood probably wouldn't improve for a long time. It can only be said that people like Huang Long were really unlucky to encounter this mood-killing star. At this moment, Thunder Wan's thoughts were fluctuating. He had experienced over 300 years of cultivation, and he had seen all kinds of herbs. When these 2 spirit herbs fell into his eyes, he immediately judged their exact age, which made him extremely delighted. You see, what he lacks now to refine the yuan increasing pill are herbs over 500 years old, so he had to embark on this journey for almost a year. But he searched all the small and large markets in the UA country and the secular world's large pharmacies, but he couldn't find a single herb that satisfied him. He could only reluctantly collect 2 herbs that were over 400 years old, preparing to use them reluctantly. But he also knew that using such herbs that were not old enough to refine the yuan increasing pill would probably greatly reduce its efficacy, and it wouldn't be of much help to him. However, he didn't have suitable main herbs on hand, so what could he do? Continuing the search would just be a waste of time. Because if high-quality herbs really appeared somewhere, they would have been bought up by local sects or cultivator families long ago. By the time he arrived, he wouldn't even be able to get a single hair. As for searching in nearby countries' cultivation worlds, where he was unfamiliar with the people and places, the hope would be even slimmer. So when he heard this junior disciple mentioning some herbs with a certain age outside the cave, he had a sudden thought and entered this extremely crude cave with a temporary mindset. Actually, in Thunder Wan's mind, What kind of good herbs could a foundation establishment disciple have? At most, it would be herbs with a fire age of 200 or 300 years. After all, he had been running around for so long and had only obtained herbs that were 400 years old. This was also because others saw him as a core formation expert, and no one dared to compete with him. Now, these two herbs with 600 to 700 years of age suddenly appeared before his eyes. This made him almost unable to believe it, and even more ecstatic. Therefore, although he seemed to be staring intently at the two herbs in his hand, seemingly judging their age, he was actually considering how to obtain the herbs from this junior disciple. After all, it was too much of a waste to leave such rare things in the hands of others. It's best to give them to him, Senior Thunder, to refine the pill and maximize their efficacy. However, he had been in this world for so many years and had already thought of an excuse in the blink of an eye. So he coughed a few times, reluctantly put the herbs back into the box, and then twisted his almost invisible neck, smiling kindly at Han Li, saying, "Junior Han, these two herbs are truly rare treasures, with a fire age of 600 to 700 years. I'm afraid Junior Han has put in a lot of effort to obtain them." "Yes, Senior Thunder. It took me a lot of effort to snatch them from a secret auction in a certain secret shop. At that time, there was also a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb up for sale, but unfortunately, I couldn't afford to buy it. I had to watch others buy it, which made me quite regretful," Hanley said half-truthfully and half-falsely. A secret shop, and a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. At this, the chubby man almost jumped up from the stone bench. For him, this was not just a regretful matter. It was as if someone had cut his heart out. Imagine him, a core formation cultivator, working so hard to find spirit herbs and elixirs, even visiting 7 or 8 secret shops. How come he didn't come across such a good thing? If he had been there at the time, he would never have let such a treasure slip away from under his nose. Even if it meant spending a lot of spirit stones to exchange for it, he would have done it willingly. Thinking of this once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity being let go by the guy in front of him, the chubby man felt a rush of anger, as if he wanted to grab the other person's neck and question him. Although he also knew that, as a foundation establishment disciple, it was normal for him not to be able to afford such a sky-high-priced item. Well, let it go. Maybe there will be another chance next time. The chubby man finally calmed down and had to console Han Li with words that didn't quite match his thoughts. After all, he still had to plan how to get his hands on the 2 spiritual herbs from Han Li. This was something he couldn't let go of now. Han Jr., how do you plan to dispose of these 2 spiritual herbs? Do you intend to hand them over to the alchemists in the sect for processing? However, as your senior, let me remind you, the level of our Huangfeng Valley's alchemists is really questionable. If you hand over such precious things to them, it will definitely be a waste of heaven's treasures. You will suffer a great loss. The chubby man advised with a tone of great concern. How can I give them to be refined by them? Junior actually plans to use these herbs to exchange for something more useful. You know, Junior almost exhausted all his resources to buy these herbs. How could I easily waste them? Han Li shook his head repeatedly, saying with an anxious and respectful tone. Upon hearing Han Li's cleverness and realizing that he didn't submit a request for an exchange, but rather offered to give one of the herbs to himself for free, Thunder Wan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He looked at Han Li even more favorably. However, the chubby man's goal was to get both herbs. He was equally unwilling to let go of the remaining one. Therefore, Thunder Wan waved his hand and said boldly, Han Jr., what are you saying? How could I, Thunder Wan, be someone who covets a junior's things? If you need anything, just say it. Senior will immediately find a fair exchange for you. I won't let Junior suffer. Do you want to exchange for a top-grade magic weapon, or perhaps an elixir that you can use right now? Exchange for alchemy formulas. The chubby man's originally smiling face immediately stiffened. Disciple understands that these alchemy formulas are treasures as precious as life to senior brothers and senior uncles, so I won't be picky. As long as it can slightly improve my cultivation speed during the foundation establishment period, I won't be picky, Han Li said earnestly. Since Han Li learned about the specific situation of alchemy formulas in the cultivation world from a conversation with the old man, he had been scheming to collect some formulas for his own use. After all, with his secret method of ripening herbs, how could he not maximize this advantage? However, most of the better alchemy formulas were held by core formation cultivators. Even if foundation establishment disciples had one or two formulas, they could only refine insignificant pills. So, originally, Han Li planned to target his master, Li Hueyuan. But now that he met this Thunder Senior, Han Li immediately changed his plan. Because no matter how you look at it, this Thunder Senior is easier to deal with than his master. This wasn't just Han Li's opinion. Li Hueyuan was indeed a bit too stingy with him. Furthermore, because of their master-disciple relationship, Li Hueyuan was even more difficult to deal with. Most likely, if he used the same method on Li Hueyuan today, as long as he casually praised him with your filial piety is commendable, he could legitimately take these two spiritual herbs. Then Han Li would have to express his gratitude to his master with a grateful expression. Now that he finally encountered other core formation cultivators, he naturally had to seize this rare opportunity. Want to exchange for alchemy formulas? This is indeed a troublesome matter. Thunder Wan he seemed to think of something, and his expression finally softened. But he furrowed his brows and looked uncertain. Seeing this, Han Li didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he thought to himself, there's definitely a chance. Otherwise, Thunder Wan wouldn't have this expression. As long as it's useful to me, any alchemy formula will do, and I won't make it difficult for senior uncle. Han Li quickly lowered his standards again. Han nephew, it's true that there are some good alchemy formulas here, but these things are all secret family recipes passed down through generations and cannot be exchanged. Thunder Wan shook his head regretfully. Han Li listened, extremely disappointed. His disappointment was clear on his face. Seeing this, the chubby man saw it all but just chuckled and said, "Although I can't exchange the family alchemy formulas, I do have a few ancient formulas here. Some were found in ruins, while others were exchanged with friends. There's no problem exchanging them with you." "Really? Then—" "Hold on, wait until I finish speaking before you thank me." The chubby man waved his hand, not taking it seriously. "If you want to exchange, I, as your senior uncle, have to make some things clear first." The chubby man said seriously, which caught Han Li off guard. "Please, senior uncle, speak. I will listen carefully." Han Li immediately replied respectfully. "What listening carefully? I just want to make it clear up front so you won't regret it later." Thunder Wan glanced at Han Li and said indifferently, "If you get the alchemy formulas and can't find all the ingredients for alchemy, you can try finding some substitutes. Maybe there's a chance of success." The chubby man said solemnly to Han Li. Han Li was speechless, but he knew that Thunder Wan probably felt a bit guilty about giving him the alchemy formulas, thinking that it would be difficult for Han Li to gather all the ingredients. So he gave him a heads-up in advance. In this way, Thunder Wan's heart wasn't bad after all. Han Li thought silently. However, on the surface, he still maintained an obedient appearance and repeatedly assured Thunder Wan that he wouldn't regret the exchange. Seeing this, Thunder Wan felt happy but still thought he had taken advantage of his nephew too much. Feeling a bit guilty, he said, "All right, since you have 2 spiritual herbs here, let's exchange 1 herb for 1 formula. I can't let you suffer too much, nephew." Han Li was slightly surprised to hear this, but then became ecstatic. His fondness for Thunder Wan increased significantly. He thanked Thunder Wan repeatedly, this time genuinely, without any falsehood. "All right, here's the catalog of alchemy formulas. Pick 2. Thunder Wan took out a jade slip and threw it to Han Li. Han Li excitedly took the jade slip and carefully searched for suitable alchemy formulas. "I'll choose the spirit gathering pill and chi refining powder." After searching through the jade slip, Han Li exclaimed excitedly, "Spirit gathering pill, chi refining powder." The chubby man nodded faintly after hearing this, and without saying anything more, he immediately took out 2 more jade slips from his storage pouch and tossed them over. "All right, it's getting late. I should go back." After happily storing the spiritual herbs on the table, the chubby man immediately bid farewell. Now that he had all the ingredients, he needed to hurry back to refine his yuan-increasing pill. Han Li hurriedly stood up to see him off. But as he walked to the entrance of the cave, Han Li suddenly remembered something. He asked about the whereabouts of his master, Li Hueyuan, and the location of his cave. The chubby man was surprised to learn that Han Li was Li Hueyuan's named disciple, but still told him the location before leaving in a flash of silver light. Han Li watched Thunder Wan disappear completely from the sky before happily taking out the jade slip containing the alchemy formulas and playing with it for a while. After a long time, he turned around to return to the cave. However, just as Han Li took a few steps, something near the cave entrance caught his attention. At a glance, he saw Lin Shixing's body lying curled up there, still maintaining the posture when the chubby man threw it out. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li walked over without hesitation. Standing in front of the body, he began to search. He remembered very clearly that Thunder Wan hadn't touched anything on the body. Whether it was because he felt embarrassed in front of his junior, or because he simply looked down on a Foundation establishment disciple's belongings. Sure enough, Han Li found a storage pouch in the body's embrace. This made Han Li smile with joy. After all, he was very interested in these puppets, and there should be a lot of them in the storage pouch. But after checking the storage pouch, the smile on Han Li's face gradually disappeared. Because there wasn't a single puppet in the storage pouch. Apart from a few spirit stones and 2 bottles of ordinary pills, there was only an inconspicuous jade slip. This extinguished Han Li's enthusiasm. Clearly, he controlled so many puppets back then. How come not a single one is left now? Were they all destroyed? Han Li muttered to himself, looking unhappy. Han Li's guess was almost correct. Originally, Lin Shixing had many puppets under his control and could fight evenly with his opponents. But later, the 4 brothers from the Kaienju sect, after killing the 2 fleeing cultivators, came to support him. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Lin Shixing immediately detonated all his puppets and took advantage of the chaos to break through the encirclement. So there wasn't a single puppet left in the storage pouch. Disappointed, Han Li casually took out the jade slip. Then, as if it were routine, he probed into it and glanced around. As a result, Han Li's eyes widened suddenly, and his lazy expression froze. Because as soon as his spiritual sense entered the jade slip, 3 golden characters appeared. Great Void Art. Han Li heard the Great Origin technique several times today. This was the cultivation technique Lin's senior brother used to lure him in, and yet Han Li effortlessly found it with a casual flip. It made Han Li feel absurdly unreal. However, the fact that Lin's senior brother carried the Great Origin technique, cultivation technique with him, was beyond Han Li's expectations. Han Li really didn't know if this Lin's senior brother was too foolish or too clever. Now, after briefly skimming through the cultivation technique of the Great Origin technique, inside the jade slip, it indeed matched what Lin's senior brother had said, with only 4 layers of formulas. It seemed that on this point, the other party didn't deceive him. But then, something even more astonishing appeared. After Han Li finished reading the entire cultivation technique of the Great Origin technique, there was another text called the Puppet True Resolution, which taught how to refine puppets of various ranks and puppet people. It was a very detailed guide to puppet making. After looking at it for a while, Han Li finally withdrew his attention with excitement, seeming very happy. But after looking at the jade slip in his hand, he suddenly remembered something, and his expression became somewhat strange. The combination of the Great Origin technique and the puppet true resolution was simply seamless. As long as both were cultivated to a certain level, it was probably possible to wield the power of many puppets like the yellow dragon did back then, suppressing several cultivators of the same level without giving them any chance to resist. This kind of technique, which could overpower other Foundation establishment stage cultivators, made Han Li's heart pound. However, the shortcomings of cultivating them were as obvious as he had analyzed. It might delay his own cultivation and completely eliminate the already slim chance of forming a nascent soul. This was definitely not worth it. As for the claim that the Great Origin technique could increase the chance of forming a nascent soul, Han Li simply didn't believe such baseless nonsense. Han Li pondered for a moment and found it difficult to make a decision for a while. He shook his head and decided to put the jade slip into his storage pouch, ready to deal with it later. After all, deciding whether to cultivate the Great Origin technique and practice this delivered puppet true resolution was too hasty for now. It was better to calm down later and consider the matter. However, this harvest still stimulated Han Li. It suddenly occurred to him that although Huang Long and others were wiped out by Lei Wanhei's thunderous sword light, there seemed to be some puppets left outside the formation. This was something he couldn't afford to miss. With this in mind, Han Li walked out of the formation with a good mood. Sure enough, not far outside the formation, he found some puppets, about the size of a palm, which had recovered due to the lack of control. However, there were not as many as Han Li had imagined, only about 20 or so. The rest had all been swept away by Lei Wanhei's sword light and turned into ashes. However, even so, Han Li eagerly collected them one by one. Sweeping up so many good things at once, Han Li still felt unsatisfied, wishing there were 100 or 80 puppet dolls in front of him to pick up. This kind of mentality made Han Li himself feel funny. He was indeed a bit greedy. After mocking himself in a low voice, Han Li returned to his cave dwelling, preparing to study the 2 ancient recipes first. Then, the next day, he would go to Master Li Hueyuan's place to see if he could get a good cultivation technique. Early the next morning, Han Li stood on the Divine Wind boat and headed straight for the eastern part of the Taiyu mountain range. He learned from Lei Wanhei the day before that the Master's cave dwelling was built under a mountain peak there, and Li Hueyuan happened to be busy in the cave recently. It was the perfect time to go find him. With the speed of the Divine Wind boat, Han Li didn't take long to find the place Lei Wanhei mentioned. It was indeed a very secluded place, but the mountains were green and the water was clear, making it an excellent place to visit. Han Li stood in front of a huge waterfall at the foot of this mountain peak, took out a sound transmission talisman from his bosom, whispered something to it, and then threw it out. The talisman turned into a flame and flew into the huge curtain of water, disappearing. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a large hole suddenly appeared in the water curtain out of thin air, and then a thin scholar in his 30s flew out from inside. When he saw Han Li, He immediately greeted him warmly. "Are you junior brother Han Li? I'm senior brother Yu Kun under the master. You can just call me senior brother Yu." After speaking, the scholar landed gracefully beside Han Li, smiling at him. "Greetings, senior brother," Han Li said respectfully with a rather restrained expression. Senior brother Yu seemed even more pleased with Han Li's expression, and even more warmly said, "Don't be so formal with the senior brother, senior brother. Just call me senior brother Yu. I heard about junior brother's achievements from Master a long time ago. Being able to participate in the blood trial and return with such great gains is truly remarkable." Senior brother Yu praised incessantly. Han Li accompanied him with a dry laugh, wondering why this senior disciple of his was so polite to him, which made him feel uneasy. "I heard that junior brother's aptitude wasn't very good at first, but now that I see you, you've already successfully built your foundation. This is really something to be happy about." Senior brother Yu seemed to have known about Han Li's successful foundation establishment for a long time, so he didn't show any surprise when he saw Han Li, but he kept congratulating him. This made Han Li even more nervous. "By the way, Master is waiting for junior brother in the cave dwelling. Don't let him wait too long. Let's go to the Green Wave cave first." It seemed that senior brother Yu just remembered this, so he patted his forehead and said with a smile. Seeing this performance, Han Li's mouth twitched, but he still maintained a respectful demeanor and agreed, flying into the water curtain with senior brother Yu. As soon as they entered the water curtain, Han Li's eyes lit up. A natural valley appeared in front of him, full of bird song and fragrance, with green trees and clear water, as well as some rare and exotic little animals jumping around. It was incredibly adorable. "What's this?" Hanley felt like his brain wasn't working properly. What he saw in front of him was really unexpected. Could it be that his master also liked to keep small pets? This was really surprising. "Haha, surprised junior brother. Not only you, but every new guest who enters is shocked by all this. However, these little animals are not Master's pets, but Master's wife's treasures. Be sure not to harm them, otherwise, Master's wife won't spare you." Senior brother Yu laughed heartily, showing a look of "I knew you would be surprised." Master's wife. Han Li was really speechless. Yes, although Master's wife is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, she gets along well with Master. And she's very kind and easy to get along with. Senior brother Yu shrugged his shoulders. So, with a puzzled mind, Han Li was led by senior brother Yu into a large mountain cave on the side of the valley. Then, in the hall of the cave, Han Li saw his master, Li Hueyuan, and another beautiful young woman in her late 20s. His master still had the same cold face as before, but when he saw Han Li coming in, he finally showed a hint of a smile. As for the young woman, although Han Li found her beautiful, he didn't dare to look too closely in front of Li Hueyuan. He just glanced roughly and respectfully stepped forward to salute. "Disciple, Han Li pays respects to master." "All right, you may rise. The one next to me is your master's wife. You should also greet her." Li Hueyuan was very satisfied with Han Li's respectful attitude and pointed to the woman beside him. "Greetings, master's wife." Han Li sighed inwardly and had to bow to the woman who seemed to be only a few years older than himself. "Forget it, you don't need to be so polite." When the young woman saw Han Li come forward to pay his respects, she smiled softly and said. Her voice was soft and pleasant, with a hint of the gentle charm of a woman from the water country, which revealed a lot. Sure enough, she was an extremely gentle woman. "Han Li, I heard about your successful foundation establishment a few days ago. To be honest, I find it hard to believe and quite surprised." Li Hueyuan said with a smile, his tone extremely gentle, giving Han Li a feeling of being cherished and surprised. It was just a stroke of luck for the disciple to succeed. Even the disciple himself is somewhat surprised. Han Li's face blushed slightly, seeming very embarrassed. "Ha ha, luck is also a manifestation of one's aptitude. Otherwise, a cultivator with naturally superior aptitude would be even luckier to have such great talent." Li Hueyuan shook his head lightly and said with a smile. This. Han Li had never thought about this matter and was at a loss for words. "All right, our new disciple has just arrived. Don't start talking as if you're lecturing him the moment you meet him." The young woman looked at Han Li's uneasy expression and smiled softly, speaking gently to Li Hueyuan. "All right, I understand. Anyway, this good disciple of yours is the benefactor of my wife's life-saving grace. So as his master, I will definitely compensate him properly." Li Hueyuan looked at the young woman with a gentle expression, then turned to Yu Kun, who was still standing nearby, and said, "You may leave now. My wife and I need to talk to your junior brother Han alone. There's no need for anyone else to be present." "Yes, master," Yu Kun respectfully replied, then glanced at Han Li with envy before quietly stepping out. Life-saving benefactor, compensation. Han Li was truly puzzled this time. He had no idea why these words would apply to him. When did he do such a thing? Why wasn't he aware of it? Seeing Han Li looking confused, the young woman couldn't help but smile and said, "Husband, you should explain it properly. Your disciple here doesn't know anything. Don't leave him in the dark." After hearing the young woman's words, Li Hueyuan smiled slightly, nodded, and said to Han Li, "Han Li, by now you should know the reason why I took you as my disciple, right? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I, as the elder, indeed coveted those spirit medicines from heaven and earth. So I used the excuse of taking you as my disciple to forcibly take half of your share from you. Otherwise, you should have received 2 foundation establishment pills instead of just 1. However, I also believe that although I reduced your reward for no reason, I also allowed you to have a backing in the future, using my name as protection, so that you wouldn't be easily bullied by others. After all, considering your talent at that time, even with an extra foundation establishment pill, it seems that you had no hope of successfully establishing your foundation." Li Hueyuan said calmly, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior back then. But things changed later on. Not long after I obtained these spirit medicines, I was planning to refine some elixirs to enhance my mana when my wife suddenly had an accident during her cultivation, and her life was in danger. It was fortunate that the heavenly and earthly spirit medicines I obtained from you hadn't been used yet, so her life was temporarily saved. And in the following years, with the remaining spirit medicines, I managed to refine the elixirs to save her, allowing my wife to finally recover recently. So when I told my wife about the origin of these spirit medicines, she immediately insisted on compensating you. After all, she was able to survive thanks to these spirit medicines. You can also be considered her life-saving benefactor now. As Li Hueyuan mentioned his wife's life-threatening situation, his face changed a few times, as if recalling the danger of that day. It seemed that he had deep affection for the young woman beside him. After hearing this, I thought it made sense and wanted to officially accept you as my disciple, even if you hadn't succeeded in establishing your foundation yet. But unexpectedly, before I could take action, I received news that you had successfully established your foundation. This really surprised me. After all, I had personally said that once you entered the foundation establishment stage, I would officially accept you as my disciple. So this can't be considered compensation anymore. It seems I'll have to think of another way to compensate you within my capabilities. Finally, Li Hueyuan explained the whole story, leaving Han Li dumbfounded. He never expected to be the recipient of such unexpected generosity. Even though he heard Li Hueyuan say he wanted to compensate him, Han Li still couldn't believe it, standing there looking bewildered. Well, since you seem undecided for a moment, stay in the cave mansion for a day and night first. Request what you want from your master tomorrow morning. Consider it carefully. Normally, your master isn't very generous, so this is a rare opportunity. The young woman gave Li Hueyuan a sideways glance and then said softly to Han Li. After a few dry laughs from Li Hueyuan, he seemed somewhat embarrassed. Han Li, who finally came to his senses, hesitated for a moment. He originally wanted to make requests for techniques, but after being reminded by his master's wife, he didn't want to refuse her kindness and agreed. Then, Li Hueyuan called Yu Kun in and asked him to accompany Han Li to roam around this vast cave mansion. This eldest senior brother immediately smiled and hurriedly agreed, then took Han Li out. Before they even left the hall, he had already begun to introduce the entire cave mansion with enthusiasm. Master's Green Wave Cave covers an area of hundreds of acres. The houses. Seeing Han Li and Yu Kun gradually walking away, the young woman suddenly smiled and said to Li Hueyuan, "Do you think our new disciple can withstand Cunner's harassment? I feel a headache coming on just thinking about it. Cunner's constant babbling is really annoying. Sigh, not to mention you, even I can't do anything about him now. Han Li definitely won't last long," Li Hueyuan said helplessly. "That's for sure, but tell me, what do you think this new disciple will ask for?" The young woman suddenly widened her round eyes, a hint of cunning in her gaze. What else could he ask for, besides pills, techniques, and magic tools. If it weren't for you repeatedly insisting on compensating this obedient disciple, I wouldn't have been so generous. Although Li Hueyuan hadn't taken out anything yet, it seemed like he was already feeling the pain. What? If I don't repay the life-saving grace, my ice heart technique will have a flaw in my mentality, and I won't be able to reach the grand perfection realm. How can I enter the nascent soul stage and fly with you forever? The young woman first gave Li Hueyuan a disdainful look, but the next sentence was full of deep affection, which deeply moved Li Hueyuan. He immediately promised to fulfill Han Li's request, ensuring that his wife would have no worries in her cultivation. Han Li naturally had no idea that the stroke of luck that fell on his head was actually related to the young woman's cultivation technique. Now he was accompanying you, the eldest senior brother, to wander around, but he always felt that this stroke of luck came too suddenly. It made him feel uneasy and strange. Hey, why is senior brother Yu Kun here at the swordsmanship hall? Would you like the two of us to exchange some spells? When Yu Kun brought Han Li to a very large stone house nearby, a burly man came out from inside. When he saw Yu Kun, he casually said, but his eyes kept scanning Han Li's body. Who doesn't know that fourth senior brother's 5 elements spells are the best in master's school? I'd better not embarrass myself. I won't make a fool of myself. Yu Kun's face changed when he heard the man's words, and then he laughed and declined. However, he suddenly turned around, pointed at Han Li, and said with a smile, I haven't introduced fourth junior brother yet. This is the official disciple that Master is about to accept, soon to be our 8th junior brother, Han junior brother. And this is 4th senior brother Song Meng. You can call him senior brother Song. Let's all meet each other. After all, we'll be fellow disciples in the future. 8th junior brother. When the 4th senior brother heard this, his eyes shot out rays of light, staring directly at Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he sighed inwardly. This person was obviously a fighting maniac. If he caught his attention, how could he have any good luck? So, before this person could speak, Han Li preemptively said, Hello, senior brother Song. Junior brother has just established his foundation, so please take care of me. After saying that, Han Li bowed. But Han Li's words disappointed this man. He immediately lost interest in him, nodded faintly a few times, and never looked at Han Li again. Then he walked away coldly without another word. Only Han Li and Yu Kun were left in place, staring at each other for a long time. Haha, don't mind senior brother Song's attitude, Han junior brother. Although he seems cold on the surface, he's actually a pretty good guy. It was Yu Kun who first returned to normal and dispelled the awkward atmosphere with a few words. Han Li naturally showed an understanding attitude, and the two immediately continued their journey with laughter and conversation. Although the cave mansion was not small, there were no other people besides Li Hueyuan and his wife, Yu Kun, and the aforementioned Song Meng. The other 5 senior brothers, like Han Li, had their own cave mansions outside and only occasionally came to visit Li Hueyuan and his wife. As for Yu Kun and Song Meng, they had grown up beside Li Hueyuan and his wife since childhood and had deep feelings for them. So naturally, they stayed here and did not establish their own cave mansions. During the chat with Yu Kun, Han Li finally got to know the other senior brothers to some extent, but also unknowingly completed the tour of the entire mansion. But this eldest senior brother seemed to be in high spirits, so he simply took Han Li to his bedroom to continue their long conversation. Although Han Li was slightly surprised at first, he didn't mind and followed along. After all, this person was the eldest senior brother, so he had to give him some face. At first, he listened attentively to everything the eldest senior brother said, hopping to find something useful. But soon, Han Li began to feel the terrifying aspect of this senior brother Yu. The endless stream of words, like a demonic sound, drilled into his mind, giving Han Li a headache after listening for several hours. At this point, Han Li finally realized that the attitude of this eldest senior brother when he came to receive him earlier was far from being welcoming. It was clearly a rare chance to meet a guest and indulge in idle talk. After a while, unable to bear it any longer, Han Li finally made an excuse of physical exhaustion and hurriedly escaped from the other's bedroom. He found a room designated for guests and went in to rest. Listening to the verbal assault from senior brother Yu, Han Li truly felt exhausted. After waiting in the cave mansion for a day, Han Li stood in front of Li Hueyuan and his wife again the next day. Li Hueyuan spoke lightly. Han Li, have you decided what you want from me? You can tell me now. I want a cultivation technique suitable for myself. I hope Master can fulfill my request. Han Li, who had already made up his mind, blurted out without hesitation. Li Hueyuan didn't show any surprise upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled faintly at the woman beside him, as if to say, "See, I was right. He indeed wants a cultivation technique." Then he turned to Han Li and said calmly, "All right, your choice is good. Come closer, let me check your spiritual roots and decide what cultivation technique to give you." Han Li didn't hesitate and immediately stepped forward. The moment Li Hueyuan grabbed his wrist, a warm flow quickly circulated through his meridians. Except for the gold attribute, you can cultivate techniques of other attributes. To have a 4-attribute spiritual root truly surprises me. Although I could tell your spiritual roots were mixed to some extent before, I didn't expect them to be so diverse. After examining for a moment, Li Hueyuan's expression became slightly strange, and he sighed lightly. The woman beside him also showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Although she didn't speak, she couldn't help but glance at Han Li a few times. "I disappointed you, Master, with my poor aptitude." Han Li's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit ashamed. "It's okay. Since you succeeded in foundation establishment, it's a sign of your own fortune. However, choosing a cultivation technique may be a bit troublesome now." "What do you mean?" Han Li blinked, showing confusion on his face, although he didn't ask actively. You really should explain things properly to your disciple instead of beating around the bush all the time. What Master meant is, he originally wanted to choose a good cultivation technique for you, but now that he has seen your spiritual roots, he's hesitating a bit. After all, the better the technique, the harder it is to cultivate. It might be better to give you a simpler technique that can help you advance faster. The woman scolded Li Hueyuan, then turned to Han Li and explained gently. Yes, what the wife said is what I wanted to say. Li Hueyuan nodded repeatedly, but then he explained in detail. You see, the cultivation techniques we cultivators practice can generally be divided into 3 categories based on their power and effects. The first category includes techniques that improve mana at an average or even slightly lower rate, but they come with powerful spells and means to overcome enemies, making them extraordinary in combat. Even at lower levels of cultivation, practitioners of this category can defeat higher-level cultivators. So those who have no hope of reaching nascent soul stage in their lifetime mostly choose techniques from this category. The second category is quite the opposite. These techniques greatly enhance mana, are easy to cultivate, and have fewer chances of encountering bottlenecks compared to the first category. But there's a trade-off. The advantages of the first category, the powerful defensive measures and spells, are lacking in this category. Practitioners of these techniques will likely become weaker among cultivators of the same level. However, for those who aim for higher levels of cultivation and nascent soul stage, many also choose these techniques because they are the easiest way to approach the golden core stage. Li Hueyuan paused here for a moment, then suddenly smiled at Han Li. I wonder, which category of technique do you choose? Or which one do you think is more suitable for you? Han Li was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then hesitated for a moment before asking. Master, weren't there supposed to be 3 categories? Why did you only mention 2? Li Hueyuan, upon hearing Han Li's question, smiled knowingly and answered after a glance at his wife. Indeed, apart from the first 2 categories, there are very few techniques belonging to a third category, which are the top-tier cultivation techniques coveted by many cultivators. However, I don't recommend you to practice them. None of your 7 senior brothers have chosen techniques from this category either. Although these techniques almost combine the strengths of the first 2 categories, their cultivation conditions are extremely strict and difficult. Practicing them is also very dangerous, and one could easily end up in an irreversible disaster. Your master's wife practices a top-tier technique, and even she has to be extremely cautious. So unless you have aptitude far beyond others, practicing them is almost the same as suicide. Although I have a few top-tier techniques myself, do you think you can succeed in practicing them? Of course, because these techniques are compensations for you. If you insist on choosing a top-tier technique, I'll give it to you. But if there are any dangers or difficulties in the future, you'll have to solve them on your own. Li Hueyuan clearly disagreed with Han Li choosing a technique from the third category, so he warned Han Li in advance. Han Li frowned and began to ponder, realizing that it was indeed a difficult choice. But not long after, Han Li raised his head, his expression calm, indicating that he had made a decision. "Master, forgive me for being rude. Before I make my request, may I ask what cultivation technique Master practices?" Han Li suddenly asked. I practice the top-tier technique, True Yang technique. But I myself have a 3-yang physique, second only to a heavenly spirit root, so practicing this technique is like a fish in water for me. It's even better than other techniques. Otherwise, how could I have formed my golden core? Li Hueyuan, although he didn't expect Han Li to ask this question, still proudly replied. "I understand. Then I choose a technique from the second category," Han Li said calmly. "The second category." Li Hueyuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal, reevaluating Han Li with an intriguing gaze. The woman beside him also showed a keen interest upon hearing this. "You choose the second category. How should I put it? I'm pleased that your determination to cultivate is so firm. But you should know that techniques that are easy to cultivate are so for those with better aptitude. Even among them, only a few can cultivate techniques from the second category to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. So, I'm more inclined to have you choose a technique from the first category. Although the hope of forming a golden core may be very slim, at least you can stand out among foundation establishment cultivators and not be bullied. Actually, no matter which technique you choose, how many can actually form a golden core? Back then, Li Hueyuan originally intended to persuade Han Li a bit, but as he spoke, he seemed to recall something, and his mood suddenly became heavy, gradually falling silent. Seeing this scene, the woman sighed lightly and continued to say to Han Li, "Han Li, have you made up your mind? If you really want to practice a technique from this category, although it doesn't match the wishes of me and your master, if your determination to cultivate is indeed so firm, your master will naturally not object. But if you insist on practicing a top technique beyond your ability, although my husband and I will agree, it will disappoint us. After all, it's not a matter of determination to cultivate, but of being too ambitious. Yes, what your master's wife said is what I wanted to say. I won't say anything more. I'll ask you one last time now, have you really made up your mind?" Li Hueyuan came to his senses and heard what the woman said. He nodded in agreement. "Yes, I have made up my mind," Han Li said solemnly after listening quietly to Li Hueyuan and his wife's words. "Well, since you have made up your mind, follow me to the library. Madam, please wait here for a moment. We'll be back soon." Li Hueyuan didn't say much more and got up to leave with Han Li, leaving the woman behind to wait. The library was not far from the hall, nor was it very large. It was just a low and ordinary stone chamber, but the entire chamber was protected by a fiery red barrier, making it impossible for others to enter. Li Hueyuan walked to the front of the barrier, casually drew a finger on it, and opened a wide gap in the barrier, just enough for two people to pass side by side. Then he easily pushed open the stone door and led Han Li into the chamber. Li Hueyuan was pleased to see Han Li's understanding. With a slight smile, he reached out into the void and gently grabbed a red mist, which then wrapped around a jade slip and returned to his hand. Without even looking, Li Hueyuan directly handed it to Han Li. Then, using the same method, he grabbed 7 or 8 more items before stopping. At this point, Han Li was already overwhelmed by the pile of items in his hands. These cultivation techniques are all of the kind that enhance mana quickly and are relatively easy to cultivate. Choose one of them as your main cultivation technique. The rest must be returned to their original positions. After you make your selection, let me know. Li Hueyuan calmly instructed Han Li, then sat cross-legged on a cushion in the stone chamber. Han Li felt his eyes dazzled, as there were indeed several techniques, each with its own unique features. For example, there was the returning yuan technique. Besides enhancing mana speed, it also had a very practical minor mystic art called returning yuan spiritual armor. This mystic art could not only add a layer of defensive spells when facing enemies, but also create a spiritual armor for additional protection. As the returning yuan technique advanced, the defensive power of the spiritual armor would gradually increase. Another jade slip contained the illusory spirit art, which was also excellent. Its accompanying mystic art, illusory phantom, could create identical illusions of oneself anytime and anywhere, which could confuse enemies. The higher the level of cultivation, the more illusions one could create, making it more effective in deceiving enemies. In addition to these 2 types of techniques, although the minor mystic arts accompanying other techniques were not very powerful, they were extremely effective for escaping and self-preservation. It seemed that the creators of these techniques understood that survival was more important than competing with others. After browsing through all of them, Han Li was surprised by a golden page inside a jade box. Because the style and size of this page were so familiar, Han Li was certain that it was identical to the silver page he had. The only difference was that this page seemed to be slightly thinner, without the strange patterns but covered in dense ancient characters. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an ordinary technique called condensation yuan technique, with a simple accompanying mystic art called gathering spirit technique, which could speed up the gathering of spiritual energy during cultivation. After examining this golden page several times, doubts surged in Han Li's mind. But he also knew that now was not the time to solve the mystery. Although he was eager to take out the silver page from his storage bag for comparison, he had to make a decision now, or his master might become suspicious. Thinking about this, Han Li weighed the golden page in his hand and quickly made a decision. He spoke to Li Hueyuan, who was meditating with closed eyes. "Master, I have made my choice. I'll choose this technique." Li Hueyuan, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and saw the golden page in Han Li's hand, slightly surprised. But without saying anything, he nodded and then led Han Li out of the stone chamber. Back in the hall, the woman was waiting for them. Upon seeing them, she smiled gently before asking, "How is it? Have you made your choice?" In that case, I can rest assured. The woman smiled happily again, seemingly even more concerned about this matter than Han Li himself, which surprised him slightly. Well, since you've repaid your master's wife's life-saving grace, it's time to talk about officially accepting you as my disciple. Are you truly willing to become my disciple and be under my guidance? Li Hueyuan suddenly said with a stern expression. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, Disciple Han Li is absolutely sincere and dare not be insincere. Although Han Li said this, he muttered to himself inwardly, If you are sincere to me, naturally, I will be sincere and fulfill my duty as a disciple. But if you have any evil intentions, I won't be so foolish as to let you manipulate me. Of course, Li Hueyuan had no idea what Han Li was thinking. Otherwise, he would have killed Han Li with a single blow. Good, we cultivators keep it simple. From today onwards, you are officially my disciple, Li Hueyuan. I hope you will diligently cultivate the Tao and not tarnish my reputation. Li Hueyuan's expression softened, and he smiled as he spoke. After that, Han Li and Li Hueyuan naturally spent some time together, the master imparting teachings to his disciple. Shortly after receiving Li Hueyuan's teachings, Han Li took his leave. As he was leaving the cave mansion, he happened to run into the eldest senior brother again. This time, the senior brother insisted on seeing Han Li off. However, Han Li, remembering the endless chatter from yesterday, refused politely and managed to escape the senior brother's insistence, finally leaving on his own. As Han Li stood on the small boat, he couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Li Hueyuan, his master, had left a much better impression on him than before. His attitude towards Han Li was completely different from their last encounter in the forbidden area. Han Li wondered if it was because of his master's indirect life-saving grace to his wife, or because he had successfully built the foundation establishment, finally gaining the attention of this core formation stage cultivator. Regardless of the reason, Han Li felt that this trip was not in vain. He not only gained a powerful backing in the cultivation world, but also obtained a golden page, which might finally unravel the mystery of the silver page. Even if he couldn't solve it immediately, Han Li didn't mind. At most, he would cultivate the condensation yuan technique. Although this technique didn't have any powerful mystic arts, Han Li had other plans for self-preservation, so he wasn't too worried. Back in his own cave mansion, Han Li immediately entered his bedroom and eagerly took out the golden and silver pages from his storage bag, carefully comparing them. The silver page remained the same, and Han Li placed it next to the golden page, stacking them together. They were indeed identical in size and outline. At a glance, it was clear that they were closely related items. Han Li picked up the 2 pages, one in each hand, and weighed them. The silver page was slightly heavier. It seemed that the feeling of the golden page being thinner was not an illusion, but a reality. After pondering for a moment, Han Li suddenly brought the silver page closer to his eyes, carefully examining the strange patterns on it and touching it with his hands. At this moment, his eyes flickered uncertainly, as if facing a major dilemma. However, determination flashed across Han Li's face. He suddenly placed the page between his hands and gently rubbed it. Instantly, the silver page was enveloped in a fiery red blaze, casting a crimson hue on Han Li's face. But he paid no attention to it, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the burning page, which was melting due to the high temperature. Suddenly, a change came over Han Li's expression, followed by a hint of joy. As the surface of the silver page melted away, a golden light emerged, revealing the hidden secrets within. Seeing this, Han Li carefully controlled the flames, preventing them from damaging the golden layer. But to his surprise, the newly exposed golden page seemed unaffected by the intense heat and showed no signs of deformation. Once a brand-new golden page was fully revealed, Han Li waved his hand, and the flames disappeared. Then, his heart pounding with excitement, he began to read the newly obtained page. But as soon as he read the beginning, he froze, his face turning extremely ugly. Because the page contained techniques for controlling flying swords and specialized sword techniques for cultivating sword chi. Although they seemed extremely exquisite, they were not what Han Li wanted at all. It seemed that the barefooted man from the giant sword sect had cultivated these techniques. While they might be treasures for chi condensation cultivators, they were just ordinary for Han Li, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage. They failed to pique his interest. But Han Li refused to give up. He searched through the page again, even resorting to burning it once more with flames, but still found nothing else. After spending most of the day on this, Han Li grew increasingly frustrated as he looked at the golden page. After all the effort, he had obtained something useless, which was extremely infuriating. The mention of sword techniques particularly irked Han Li, as he had already cultivated the verdant elemental sword chi. Did he really need to cultivate other sword techniques? With a gloomy expression, Han Li suddenly grabbed the page and threw it into the air. Then, with a lift of his right hand, a thick green sword chi shot out, directly striking the page. Han Li intended to destroy the useless item, saving himself from further frustration. But to his surprise, there was no explosion as he had imagined. Instead, the green sword chi disappeared into the page like a clay ox entering the sea, leaving no trace behind. This is... Han Li was astonished, but then a thought occurred to him, and he suddenly became excited. Han Li raised his hand and cast a floating technique on the golden page that had fallen to the ground, making it hover several zhang high as a target. Then, he began to strike it with small bursts of green sword chi, eagerly watching as the page absorbed all the sword chi like a bottomless pit. During this process, Han Li also attempted to shoot an ice arrow at the page to see if spells could be absorbed as well. However, the arrow only knocked the page away, prompting Han Li to stop the risky attempt and stick to infusing it with sword chi. Han Li's fourth-layered green sword chi should have had considerable power. But as his spiritual power was about to be depleted, the page still showed no reaction, leaving Han Li feeling bitter. He couldn't help but worry if all his previous efforts would go to waste if the page didn't absorb the sword chi. Just as Han Li was in a dilemma, the page finally began to change. A brilliant golden light emanated from it, no longer absorbing the sword chi but rebounding it, piercing a hole through the wall of his bedroom. Suppressing his excitement, Han Li watched the page's transformation intently. The golden light on the page gradually converged into tiny glowing characters, forming a dense array of words that resembled stars in the sky, leaving Han Li in astonishment. Then, with a snap, the floating technique suddenly lost its effect, causing the golden page to fall straight down. Startled, Han Li immediately reached out and caught the page. However, as soon as his fingers touched it, the glowing characters on the page surged through his hand, flooding his entire body with their light. This alarmed Han Li. He tried to shake off the page, but it stubbornly clung to his hand, impossible to throw away. The transmission of light characters was too fast. In an instant, Han Li's entire body was covered with glowing characters, making him look extremely eerie. Just as Han Li was at a loss, terrified. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, all the glowing characters rushed towards his head, one by one infiltrating into his brain, causing excruciating pain. Han Li let out a miserable cry. If this continued for a little longer, Han Li's head might have burst open and died. But fortunately, the pain was short-lived. After a while, all the characters were inputted. Han Li collapsed to the ground, unable to move. After a quarter of an hour passed, Han Li regained some consciousness and managed to stand up, albeit weakly. The pain in his brain had somewhat subsided, but his nerves were still tense. Han Li quickly climbed onto the stone bed and closed his eyes to calm himself down, allowing his brain to relax fully. Han Li meditated like this for 3 days and 3 nights, during which the discomfort in his brain disappeared completely, and he finally understood the meaning of the incoming characters. The green yuan sword art, from the first layer to the 13th layer, a complete set of techniques, without any omissions, capable of reaching the nascent soul stage without any issues. This was the main content brought by the glowing characters. At first, Han Li was slightly stunned when he received this information, but after reading it several times, he was convinced that his initial understanding was correct. This plunged Han Li into waves of ecstasy. The third transformation heavy yuan technique unexpectedly had the miraculous effect of bypassing the bottleneck of the core formation stage. This news was like a voice from heaven, making Han Li feel as if he were dreaming. Since he entered the world of cultivation, almost all cultivators sighed when it came to the core formation stage, saying that whether one could break through to the core formation stage depended on their fate, entirely up to the will of heaven. Of course, this was referring to cultivators with outstanding aptitude, who had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage and qualified for core formation. Naturally, those with heavenly spiritual roots didn't have such worries. To be honest, Han Li had almost no confidence in his ability to reach core formation. Just when he finally found a path to immortality, he passively gave up. Han Li felt unwilling to accept it. Therefore, the more hopeless it seemed, the more Han Li longed for core formation, and the more he wanted to take a desperate gamble. Now, unexpectedly, a road to the core formation stage appeared before his eyes, bypassing the bottleneck. How could Han Li not be ecstatic? Actually, this technique couldn't be considered a shortcut. It could almost be said that it was just an unconfirmed speculation. Because the person who created this technique and the green yuan sword art had already passed the core formation stage, the creation of this technique was just a crazy idea for core formation. He also clearly stated at the end of this technique that even if one completely followed the requirements of the technique, the probability of immediately reaching core formation was only 50%. However, for Han Li, this was enough. Even if there was only a 50% chance, if there was only 1 in 10,000 chances, it would be enough to make Han Li decisively plunge in. But when Han Li carefully pondered this technique, even someone as mentally strong as him couldn't help but feel as if he had been hit hard, his face growing paler and paler. To cultivate this technique, one must first cultivate the green yuan sword art because this technique was originally created to assist the green yuan sword art. Although the green yuan sword art was extremely difficult to cultivate, that wasn't the main point. What made Han Li's face ugly was that this technique, just like its name, required the cultivator to scatter their cultivation when they reached the 6th layer of the green yuan sword art and start cultivating anew. According to the creator, only by doing this could one use the 3rd transformation heavy yuan technique to compress and purify the mana and true essence, making the mana several times more refined. After repeating this process 3 times and returning to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, one could easily reach core formation in the Danshan. Because according to the speculation of this master, the golden core was originally condensed from solidified true essence. Now that a similar solidified true essence had been created, it would be effortless to reach core formation. However, scattering one's cultivation was not something that Han Li was afraid of because of the hardship of recultivating. Rather, he had no confidence that he could do what the other party said, recultivate 3 times in his lifetime. Even if he relied on the assistance of the mysterious small bottle, this was still an extremely risky thing to do. After all, according to the other party's speculation, the time required for each recultivation would be much longer than the previous one, as the compression and condensation of true essence would increase with each repetition. Of course, the benefits of doing this were enormous. It would allow him to possess several times more mana and true essence than an ordinary cultivator. But at the same time, it would undoubtedly require several times more time than an ordinary cultivator. With a mere 200 years of lifespan, could he achieve all this? Han Li truly had no confidence. In a moment of indecision, Han Li's gaze turned to another golden page he had brought directly from Li Hueyuan's cave mansion. It seemed that he had to check what was inside before making a decision. As a result, after infusing the same sword qi, experiencing the same mental torment again, Han Li accepted the contents of another golden page. Qingzhu Bi Cloud Sword. These words came to Han Li's mind as soon as he glanced at the contents. Curious, Han Li patiently organized all the glowing characters before reading the details. It turned out that this golden page contained instructions for how core formation cultivators could refine a flying sword treasure called the Qingzhu Bi Cloud Sword. This wooden attribute flying sword was quite similar to Han Li's golden cicada mother blade artifact, being a set of treasures refined with the same method. At least 12 wooden attribute flying swords were needed to form a set, which was extremely peculiar. Of course, if enough materials were collected and sufficient true essence was available, it was theoretically feasible to refine a set of 36 or even 72 flying swords. The specifics of the sword's power were not mentioned, but Han Li could imagine how terrifying this treasure would be. Just imagining being attacked by dozens of flying swords made Han Li shudder. Of course, all these things were of no use to Han Li at present, only worthy of his attention after reaching core formation. Han Li carefully put away the 2 golden pages and then began to plan his future actions. Since he was going to cultivate the green yuan sword art and the 3rd transformation heavy yuan technique, he needed to make full use of the mysterious green liquid in the small bottle. Therefore, he had to quickly gather the alchemy ingredients listed on the ancient formulas. He would hurry to cultivate whatever he could at hand and not hesitate to gather or purchase what he lacked. Thinking about the components of the green liquid, aside from spiritual power, Han Li still found them mysterious and unpredictable. Simply relying on spiritual energy wouldn't produce such miraculous effects on plant cultivation. When he entered the yellow maple valley, he had experimented several times with the diluted green liquid. However, regardless of how diluted it was, any animal that drank water containing even a trace of the green liquid would explode. It seemed that the problem wasn't about dilution, but rather the mysterious components in the liquid. After getting the same result multiple times, Han Li reluctantly gave up. However, he felt that using the small bottle only for alchemy seemed too narrow-minded. The miraculous effect of promoting plant growth with the green liquid could definitely be more useful, so it seemed wasteful to neglect it. Now, after careful consideration, Han Li decided that, besides magical treasures and techniques, intermediate and higher-level talismans were essential in battles during the Foundation establishment stage. However, these talismans were exorbitantly priced, often costing tens of spiritual stones each, which Han Li found outrageous. However, many intermediate and higher-level elemental spells were incredibly powerful and could be life-saving. Although these spells required a significant amount of spiritual power and time, it was necessary to have a few on hand for emergencies. Hanley decided to focus on making talismans, especially intermediate-level ones. The materials for making talismans, whether low or intermediate level, were made from certain long-aged spiritual herbs, which suited Hanley perfectly as he could make full use of the bottle's miraculous effects. As for advanced talismans, they required special materials like the skin of certain exotic beasts, which Hanley couldn't access at the moment. The cinnabar used for making talismans wasn't too picky. It was mostly made from the blood of spiritual beasts, easily obtained by extracting from captive beasts, and didn't cost much. The brushes used for making talismans were a bit particular, but Hanley had a golden bamboo brush that should suffice. Thinking of the golden bamboo brush, Hanley naturally thought of the shy Hanyunji girl. He couldn't help but smile faintly, imagining her still on Ling Beast Mountain. But in the blink of an eye, Hanley refocused his mind and reconsidered the feasibility and implications of making talismans. With the tools and a steady supply of materials, the most significant limitation for a talisman maker was the consumption of spiritual materials. However, this wasn't a problem for Hanley. The only restriction for him was the cultivation of intermediate-level elemental spells. Because to make a certain type of talisman, the talisman maker must first be able to cast the corresponding spell. Otherwise, they couldn't inscribe the spell onto the talisman. After all, a talisman was just a method of sealing a spell in advance. Thinking about the need to cultivate intermediate-level spells, Hanley felt a headache. Whether it was due to his mixed spiritual roots or not, he seemed to have no talent for cultivating elemental spells. Even after spending several times the effort and time of an ordinary cultivator, he often gained nothing, unable to grasp the essence of the spells. However, since he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could easily learn low-level spells, and most of them could be cast instantly. But when it came to intermediate-level spells, he was back to square one, leaving Hanley sighing in frustration. Although cultivating intermediate-level spells was difficult, Hanley believed he could still master a few of them. Inscribing these spells into talismans would suffice. He didn't expect to be able to make talismans for all intermediate-level spells. With a large number of intermediate-level talismans, not only could he gain the upper hand in battles, but he could also brazenly sell them without drawing too much attention. In this way, Hanley could free himself from the predicament of lacking spiritual stones. He dared not exchange spiritual herbs for spiritual stones anymore. It was too conspicuous. Furthermore, Hanley had another thought. If he had to disperse his cultivation for recultivation in the future, during the period of recultivation, undoubtedly, he would be at his weakest. If enemies or adversaries took advantage of this time to come looking for trouble, he would be in great danger. After all, the cultivation world was not a peaceful place. Anything could happen. But if he had plenty of talismans on hand, he could still maintain a certain level of strength. Even if he couldn't defeat his enemies, he could use talismans to escape, which was highly probable. although practicing talisman making might delay the refinement of his spiritual power. Overall, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. After considering everything carefully, Han Li decided to cultivate the green yuan sword art and practice making talismans simultaneously. With everything carefully considered, Han Li immediately took action. A few days ago, he had made 2 trips to the market of his sect and the market of the Tianxing sect to collect alchemy ingredients and spiritual herb seeds and seedlings for making talisman paper. These alchemy ingredients were indeed precious and rare, but fortunately, Han Li didn't have any requirements for the age of these herbs. He had managed to collect enough materials for one of the alchemical pills listed in the ancient formulas, which delighted him. As for the materials for making talisman paper, they were easily obtained as he started with low-level talismans. However, a large amount of cinnabar was also indispensable. 3 or 4 days later, Han Li opened all the restrictions of the array outside his cave and closed the door tightly. Then, he began his first closed-door cultivation session since reaching the foundation establishment stage. Time passed quickly in cultivation, and 4 years went by in the blink of an eye. Since the day he closed the door tightly, the gate of the cave hadn't been opened. Until one day, a blue light suddenly flew from the distant sky and circled outside the array before transforming into a smiling scholar, holding a peculiar blue wooden board in his hand. This is the little junior brother's cave. Why did he choose such a remote place with such little spiritual energy? If it weren't for senior brother Lei's guidance, it would have been hard to find. The scholar muttered to himself in surprise. Then he glanced at the array outside the cave and suddenly showed a hint of excitement. Senior brother Lei said that the protective array of this little junior brother is extremely powerful. Even a core formation cultivator might not be able to break through it easily. Is it really that powerful? Should I give it a try? However, after a moment of consideration, the scholar sighed dejectedly to himself. Forget it, I'd better not. I shouldn't delay Master's important matters. After speaking, he took out a voice transmission talisman and threw it into the array outside Han Li's cave. The talisman turned into a flame and silently penetrated the array. Then the scholar immediately tossed the blue board into the air and flew away on his flying magic tool. At this moment, in the meditation chamber of the cave, Han Li was in the middle of his meditation. His appearance was unchanged from 4 years ago, but he was surrounded by a faint green light, shimmering dreamily. However, the sight around him was astonishing. Except for the area where Han Li was meditating, the ground was covered with talismans of various levels, from low-level fireball technique and ice arrow technique to intermediate-level earth wall technique and fire cloud technique. It looked like a warehouse of talismans. Additionally, there were some empty cinnabar boxes and blank talisman papers scattered around, making the room extremely messy. After some time, Han Li frowned as if he sensed something and then opened his eyes. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly stood up and walked out of the meditation chamber. In just an instant, all the talismans and other items on the ground silently entered his storage bag, leaving the room spotlessly clean. As soon as he stepped out of the meditation chamber, Han Li waved his hand, and a yellow flag appeared in his hand. With another wave, the flag turned into a yellow light and flew out. In just a moment, before Han Li even reached his bedroom, the yellow light returned, followed by a firelight. Seeing this, Han Li calmly waved his hand, and the flag flew back to him. With his other hand, he emitted a green light, which instantly wrapped around the firelight, bringing it to him without a sound.